Good evening. It's 6:30 p.m. and I'd like to call the October 18th meeting of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education to order. Mr. Carrig, can you please take the roll call?
Board Member Duval Wilson.
Here.
Board Member Eckert.
Here.
Board Member Telesford. Board Member Vadlamani.
Here.
Board Member Wingfield. Board President Whitlitter.
Here.
Board Member Wright. There is a quorum.
Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
For which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we are very lucky tonight to have a special performance from the Maplewood Middle School Vocal Ensemble. Thank you so much for coming and already taking center stage. We love it. We're going to move on the other side so we can watch you. Thank you so much.
How's the car? How's the family?
We're all good. We're hanging in there.
Thank you so much to the Maplewood Middle School Vocal Ensemble, and thank you to all the families who came to support them too. That was really beautiful. We have,
Now we're gonna make a motion to adjourn. Yeah, adjournment.
okay. Please take note that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following manner. A written notice was sent from the Office of the Secretary of the Board at 1 p.m. on October 10, 2023. That said notice was sent via email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, and Village Green. This evening, we will have two presentations from the district, the New Jersey Student Learning Assessment presentation and the Student Safety Data System presentation / HIB self-assessment for the 2022-23 school year. I'd like to also make a motion to adjust the agenda this evening. When we return from executive session after the student representative update, I'd like to move up resolution 4531 for action, followed by the board president update, board president statement, and then the first hearing of individuals and delegates to occur before the superintendent's update. And just for board member reference, resolution 4531 is to approve sports and extracurricular activities training. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Malaspina. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. That appears to be unanimous. With that, I'd like to make a motion to enter into executive session at 6:38 p.m. to discuss attorney-client matters, personnel, negotiations, HIBs, and litigation status report. The length of the executive session is estimated to be 60 minutes, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and proceed with business where formal action will be taken. Do I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Eckert. All in favor? The vote appears to be unanimous. So we are now adjourning to closed session, and we will see you in about an hour. Thank you. for you guys. But we're now back in regular session. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us tonight. I'd like to make a motion to approve the board meeting minutes for the special meeting on September 18, 2023, and for the executive session and regular meeting minutes for the September 28th, 2023 meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please raise your hand. The meeting minutes have been approved. We made a motion earlier this evening to change the order of the agenda tonight. We will kick off the meeting with the student rep update, followed by the board taking action on Resolution 4531, then the board president update, board president statement, and then we will have our first public speaks before the superintendent update and presentations to the board. With that, I will pass the mic to our student representative for Asa Glassman's first student rep update.
Hi, everyone. Since this is my first student report, I'd like to begin by introducing myself to everyone. My name is Asa Glassman, and I've been in the school district and lived in Maplewood for my entire life. I went to elementary school at Clinton, went to middle school at Psalms, and now I am currently a junior at Columbia. This month, Gwyneth and I have been working hard and meeting often in order to make sure that the school year gets off to a smooth start. We have met with Mr. King to get updates about how mandating the wearing of IDs is working, and as it turns out, there has been a huge uptick in the amount of students wearing IDs in the hallway. He also told us that the number of students seeking out temporary IDs have greatly increased, which shows students see IDs as something that they need daily at school, which is a huge win for security. We were also able to meet with Mr. Sanchez, where we talked a little bit about what Freshman Academy was and what the curriculum looks like right now. He told us that they are working on digital citizenship, which is essentially learning about how to craft emails and be successful in the digital age. And soon they will begin learning about HIBs and what they are and how to prevent them. We are hoping to meet with Ms. Morrison sometime in the coming days to gain some more insight about Freshman Academy. We also met with Dr. Taylor yesterday and talked with him about possibly implementing days off during Passover, as in previous years the holiday fell on spring break, but now with spring break moved, there are no allotted days off. We also met with them regarding the proposed de-leveling policy. While the specific plan is not yet clear, we emphasize the importance of students having a seat at the table when it comes to these kinds of decisions, as it is our education that the policy would be impacting. It is too soon to make full judgment of student opinion, as very few specifics are known amongst the student body. We also definitely emphasize the importance of maintaining high academic standards in the high school at the meetings. Overall, though, things in the district seem to be running smoothly for students so far, and it seems like all of the students are looking forward to a great school year, and juniors and seniors are especially looking forward to the homecoming dance this weekend.
Yeah. And then, did either one of you want to do the recognitions for October before we? Okay, so it's in school. I wouldn't be able.
Which resolution?
It's the first one. Thank you, sorry.
Okay.
Okay. The whole chart? Okay. Congratulations to Columbia High School class of 2023 graduate Bonnie Donachie, who earned a perfect score on the AP drawing exam. She was one of only 308 test takers in the world to earn every point on the exam. She submitted 15 original works under a common theme as part of the exam. Donachie chose the theme of clowns. Some of her work can be seen on the district's Facebook, Instagram, and X accounts. Donachie is now studying painting at the Pratt Institute in Brooklyn. Congratulations to the more than 50 Columbia High School students who have earned distinctions from the National Merit Scholarship Corporation and the College Board's National Recognition Program through high scores on the Preliminary Scholastic Aptitude Test / National Merit Scholarship Qualifying Test, or PSAT / NMSQT. Ajuni Bieda earned a recognition as a National Merit Scholarship Program semifinalist and will continue in the competition for a National Merit Scholarship. The following students are recognized as National Merit Commended students for have demonstrating outstanding potential for academic success and exponential academic promise. Chimezi Agba, Ivy Bailey, Molly Bigelow, Xander Campbell Singer, Quentin Davis, William Dougherty, Aiden Egan Liang, Benjamin Jurwitz, Noah Goldstein, Julie Harrison, Isaac Hempstead, Nigel Hu, Molly Hurley, Celeste Itagliata, Nawal Irfani, Sabrina Manion, August Pross, Claire Rohde, Lydia Ryan, Joseph Spick, Hannah Straub, Arushi Valdemani, Justin Wade, Jeremiah Weiner, Gianni Zaccarelli. The following students earned College Board National Recognition Program awards for maintaining grade point averages of 3.5 or higher and performing outstandingly on the PSAT/MSQT, PSAT 10, or Advanced Placement exams. National African American Recognition Awards were received by Chimezi Agba, Promise Albert, Kayla Anisette, Remy Lacoon Banner, Dahlia Brown, Nora Brown, Oluwafinitimi, I'm so sorry, Dotton, Alyssa Lewers, Sierra Manion, Sabrina Manion, Innocence Okoko, Nadia Springer, Whitney Cabbage-Stock, Jonathan Cross, Penda Fall, Sophia Holm, Kaya Montaro. National Hispanic Recognition Award was Anya Friedland, Celeste Itnagaliata, Molly Mendoza, Elena Ribimbis, Lila Siglos, Skylar Smith, Joseph Spick, Ajuni Zubieta, Brody Bonjo, and Nadia Springer. The National Indigenous Award was Brody Bonjo. The Achieve Foundation has awarded nearly $32,000 in grants to the 28 district educators for a variety of educational purposes. We thank Executive Director Eileen Collins-Neri, Board President Irene Langlois, and everyone at the Achieve Foundation for their continuing support of our district staff and students. Congratulations to the following Achieve Foundation Fall 2023 Grant Award winners: Jennifer Easton, Christiana Lezzi, Alexander Capucci, Richard Cotrona, Peter Bauer, and Emily Veit. Tuscan Elementary School was Amy Pop. Seth Boyden Elementary School was Rosemary Connell and Anna Colasuono. Maplewood Middle School was Richard Rodriguez, Lorianne Stoll, Amy Patuco, Heather Verona, Avis Gibson Williams, Dara Grunau, and Lewis Brown. South Orange Middle School was Katie Harley, Amy Schwinder, Julian DiPietro, Suzanne Fine, Kaylin Diaz, Xuyan Lee, Chai Chi Chang, Samantha Ermond, Michelle Whitrock, Anna Reyes, Caitlin Denny, and Ashley Sackersino.
Good job.
Are there any questions for our student representatives before we move on? Okay, thank you both very much. So now I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 4531, Sports and Extracurricular Activities Training. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Malaspina.
Whereas the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education is committed to providing safe extracurricular activities and offerings to school students. And whereas the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education is aware of reporting on the prevalence of sexual harassment and assault in athletic programs and extracurricular activities in major public institutions. And whereas the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education has tasked the attorney and district with ongoing and proactive efforts to enhance the effectiveness of its policies and procedures in the area of abuse prevention and expansion of awareness and prevention initiatives, including developing new and more comprehensive training and protocols among staff regarding sexual harassment, sexual violence, and relationship violence. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the board approves the following. All coaches and activities leads for SOMSD athletic and activities will hold a SOMSD email address, and SOMSD administration will make sure any coach who is external to SOMSD has been assigned a district email address to use. All coaches and activity leaders will use a consistent district-designated application or applications to communicate with students electronically. When communicating using any application, the communication must include an additional adult in any message to students. By September 30, all coaches and activities leaders will have to complete Title IX Athletics and Title IX Basics virtual training through SOMSD's Title IX University, which is provided by Institutional Compliance Solutions, which is SOMSD's Title IX support partner. By October 15, all coaches and activity leaders will complete the responsible adult virtual training that all staff and SOMSD have to complete. By October 30, all coaches and activity leaders will complete sexual misconduct and sexual harassment trainings provided by Safe Schools. The Board of Education requests that the superintendent take actions to apprise the school communities and specifically extracurricular participants of these protocols and protections.
Thank you, Board Member Deval Wilson. Do we have any comments from the board? No. Okay. Seeing no further discussions, oh, go ahead, Dr. Taylor.
Just very briefly, Madam President and Board, I know we have a lot of folks here for public speaks and we moved it up. I wanted to offer to give some updates to those folks so that they don't leave and miss our updates. It'll probably be less than 2 minutes, if that's amenable to the board.
Okay, well,
Yeah, there's a motion pending.
are there any other points of feedback?
I actually want to say that I think this is a long time coming, and I'm happy to see that it is occurring, and you know, hopefully it will lead to safety for our students.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussions, I'd like to take the roll call. Mr. Carrick, can you please do so?
Board Member Malaspina. Board Member Deval Wilson.
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
Board Member Telesford. They're not participating in the public? No, okay. Board Member Gifford.
Yes.
Board President Whitlitter.
Yes.
Okay. Board Member Wingfield.
Yes.
Board Member Wright. Board Member Eckert.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Dr. Taylor, did you want to say something before the board president update?
Sure. I just wanted to, again, congratulate the board on the action that you just took and let the public know who may not know that this action has been a long time coming, and the board has been very impactful, asking for updates on our implementation, and it has been I guess we'll call it an arduous task, but one that we take great pride in, and we thank all involved, including Rich Porfido, our AD, and all the coaches who've been complying with the access and equity requirements that you just read off. I can offer my brief update as soon as you get done.
Okay. Sorry. All right. The board will convene for its first Fergus Implementation Committee on Monday, October 30th. The Fergus Implementation Committee is a committee of the whole, meaning all board members are encouraged to participate, and the meeting will be available to the public and will include one public speaks. The board has asked Dr. Taylor to present the district's vision of how and when it will implement all 23 of Fergus's recommendations, which should include the sequence of the priorities of those 23 recommendations, what will get done first, why and when, and how these priorities would overlap over the next 3 years. The board would also like to see the funding commitments tied to each of these priorities over the next 3 years. For example, what are the budget implications for the 2024-25 school year based on what recommendations the district plans to implement first? And lastly, the board would like to know who within the district will be the responsible parties for ensuring that the 23 recommendations are being implemented and that we meet the designated timelines. There will be monthly meetings between the district and the board via the Fergus Implementation Committee, and there will be required quarterly meetings between the district, Dr. Fergus, Justice Wallace, Black Parents, and the Black Parents Workshop. Management of implementation and the monitoring of compliance will be handled within the district. So we look forward to a comprehensive presentation on October 30th. This evening, the superintendent presented to the board policy 5755.1, the district's access and equity policy, to the agenda for a first read. I believe it's important for the community to understand that the majority of the board has advised against having this policy added to this evening's agenda for a first read. We have expressed significant concerns about the lack of thoughtful planning behind this policy, and it's my view that the board currently lacks sufficient information to assess the unintended consequences of deleveling our schools on both our students and our educators. For a first reading of the access and equity policy, as with any district policy, it is essential that the policy is close to fully developed. This means that all stakeholders affected by the policy should be consulted and actively engaged during the policy review process. Many board members had called for the district to work directly with our educators, our students, our administrators, our associations, and our district families prior to being put up for a first read. Board members had also asked for a comprehensive presentation from the district that included SOMSD student data to both justify and explain the proposal to de-level the schools prior to being put up for a first read. It is extremely disappointing for the policy to be presented to the board for a first read without this essential work having been completed. We've been told that the board should pass this policy as is without fully understanding how de-leveling would be implemented. We've been told that the board doesn't have to buy in to this policy in its current form, and that the district can proceed with adding it to the agenda for adoption, regardless of whether we lack the necessary information to even support it. And we've been told that a policy change of this magnitude does not require a public presentation before the board and the community before this policy's first reading. We do not accept those explanations. A majority of the board believes that the community deserves answers to questions about how de-leveling would work, its implication for our students, the timeline for implementation, the anticipated benefits if they exist, and the implications for our teachers. To be clear, the board is emphatically committed to codifying Dr. Fergus's 23 recommendations into policy. The board is resolute in its desire to close the achievement gap and to raise the bar for every student in the district through rigorous curriculum and comprehensive support services, as was spelled out in Dr. Fergus's equity audit report. The board looks forward to understanding why the superintendent believes that this policy was ready for a first read, despite a lack of detailed information and community engagement. And lastly, I just want to add about transportation. We want to recognize the families that are continuing to have transportation challenges. It is imperative that the district provides a reliable and safe transportation source for our district families, a service that would function as the backbone of the intentional integration initiative. The board is hopeful that the latest round of solutions being implemented by the transportation department, and I believe some of those went into effect today, will achieve this goal. But please know that the board will continue to advocate on behalf of our district families for every single student to get to and from school safely and on time every single day. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Taylor for his words.
Thank you, Madam President. So I have a more broad update and multiple presentations for this evening, but I'll couch those just for this particular topic, and after Public Speaks ends, we'll circle back around, just for time's sake. So speaking of A&E, and as many are aware, there's a first read of a proposed update to our access and equity policy on our agenda this evening. For those who are not familiar with the board's formal policy procedure, a first read is not votable. It's not a votable resolution or consideration. It provides the board, the public, and other stakeholders with an opportunity to review and become familiar with a proposed policy. With the first read, the board and the public have an opportunity to share their thoughts on the proposed policy. Prior to first read, a proposed policy has been discussed in multiple committee meetings. While the board members have different opinions on this update to our district's A&E policy, the consensus agreed that the majority of the proposed policy update reflects our current vital work around this important topic, as well as our future aspirations for North Star, as was shared in our recent district goals. Some board members, as you just heard, expressed concern regarding how the possible deleveling of schools would look. How would it be rolled out? There were also concerns about how this work competes with Dr. Fergus's report and recommendations connected to our BPW settlement. Similarly, our board student reps and I met, and they shared concerns over what this could look like and the unintended consequences of acting with haste, such as possibly having courses lose rigor. Here are a few specific responses to these concerns regarding this first read of the policy update that was just shared. First, a note of thanks and appreciation to our previous Board of Education who authored our current A&E policy, acknowledging their effort in passing what was a transformative policy at the time that continues to impact us. We still have high-level candidates for vacancies that mention our commitment to equity, attracting them to our district. This type of work takes courage, commitment, and a willingness to partner and listen. Secondly, for those who are not aware, this topic was first discussed at our late summer board retreat, where board members Gifford and Telesford shared their personal experiences where they recall living within the levels of Columbia High School. They now tell us of the life lessons their experiences taught them and their observations as teens through their now perspectives as adults serving on our Board of Education. I also acknowledge the work of board members Gifford and Wingfield in working together to provide a catalyst for this important consideration and dialogue that our board members have been able to participate in. I have expressed a number of times during our committee meetings that I'm proud to work in a district where these considerations are so passionately debated. To be very clear, as school leaders and career educators, our district cabinet and I do not view this as isolated work. Over the last several years, we've been tasked with stepping beyond just a simple review of data. In fact, many of who are in the audience today have watched as we have broken down our student achievement data via demographics and use risk ratio to continue to refine our review, determining the likelihood of success of our students based on their self-reported characteristics. We have, of course, shared this data with our district educators, continuing to focus on our daily decisions. We know we have to be keenly aware of our own biases and how they can unintentionally impact student outcomes. Again, to be very clear, we do not view the work of reviewing academic segregation and Dr. Fergus's recommendations via our settlement as competing priorities. There are several recommendations and findings in his report that mention specifically the work that we are discussing. If you go to our website, and you will type in crosswalk, and you will find a crosswalk document that includes specific mentions of the following goals by Dr. Fergus himself. A, foster heterogeneous student collaboration in math instruction. B, ensure that low-track students receive the high-quality instruction that they need to become better math students. C, create a clear plan and timeline to identify high-achieving students from underrepresented backgrounds for higher-track math courses. D, revisit the choice policy for math selection, verbatim. Please know that we do not envision a plan that will be fully implemented for the 24-25 school year, nor do we believe in lowering rigor or expectations or getting rid of AP courses. As we have shown via our III rollout, our Columbia High School humanities adoptions, our new phonics program pilot, our Kane University dual enrollment program that was a pilot, to name a few, We believe in a pilot approach and learning from it before a wide-scale adoption is considered. We also believe in growing our initiatives and maintaining academic consistency for students. We believe in offering job-embedded professional development for our staff and in utilizing the natural breaks and grade spans for significant shifts in pedagogy. This helps us to reduce the anxiety in students and parents while moving forward methodically. Lastly, while we are not formally presenting on this topic tonight, we are happy to share our specific thoughts beyond this brief update and build space for discussions of possibilities as these considerations proceed. One of our board-approved district goals speaks to the development of a holistic diversity, equity, and inclusion strategic plan to be developed over multiple years. What we can share now is that there is, again, no intent for an immediate, massive shift in design or offerings or programs for Columbia High School next year. We, of course, will be sharing more on October the 30th. Before closing on this topic, please note that the board approval is not required for shifts in pedagogy, although the board does, of course, approve curriculum updates. However, this policy is still very important because as school leaders, when we need to make tough decisions or significant shifts, policy adoption is key as it gives confidence to all involved, our admin, our teachers, our parents, prospective members of the district, et cetera. It helps them know that this is not a haphazard or singular decision, that it is indeed supported in the fabric of our district and is understood and accepted part of our beliefs and our tenets as a learning community. In our view, Dr. Vergas's recommendations, the A&E First Read policy, our work on curriculum development, our III, equal opportunity schools, supporting students who have exceptionalities and their families, providing students academic and social emotional support that they need to become the leaders that they have the potential to be, they are all interdependent. In other words, we again do not see them as competing priorities. We do not see this work through an either or lens. We see them as both and. The first leg in this journey is the work that has already occurred with our middle school math teachers, and our district has already been shared and occurred with our middle school math teachers and our district admin team. We look forward to sharing this with you on October 30th.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. I'm going to pass over the mic to Nubia, who will lead us in the rest of the meeting. Sorry.
Sorry. Okay, board president's statement. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment, and in many cases, a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, the administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent. If the superintendent is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the Board of Education, it is then referred to the appropriate board committee. The members of the board committee work with the administration and the superintendent to ensure that the members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with the other board members for consideration. Only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. We will now begin our first hearing of individuals and delegates this evening. Thank you for coming in person and dialing in by phone this evening. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education certainly respects that you've taken the time out of your busy day to address the board at tonight's meeting. We value public involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. The board does have time limits by policy. It will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible this evening. Each individual will be given 2 minutes to speak. Please do your best to stay within the time afforded to you. The first public comment period is usually limited to 1 hour, and the second public comment period may be limited to 30 minutes. All input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. We request that you please state your name and town of residence for the record. Okay. Sean Betkus? Yeah, I said 2 minutes. Yeah, I said it.
right. My name is Sean Buckus, and I'm speaking on two topics driven by the chronic ineffectiveness stemming from our Office of the Superintendent and consistent poor governance of our Schools Oversight Board. The first topic is de-leveling of our academic classrooms. I have spoken in the past in this forum and voiced strong support for our access and equity and integration programs. I have also spoken against our superintendent's personal initiative to de-level our academics, and I'm disappointed that our community needs to address it again. I have skin in the game. I have two children attending our public schools, as well as a very recent graduate of Columbia High School. I recognize that we need to focus on the shortfalls of students not achieving their potential, but we never focus on the students who are doing well, but should be even perform more strongly. Our highly motivated students are consistently neglected by this forum. These students want to attend honors and AP classes as they see fit with like-minded individuals, regardless of their backgrounds. Eliminating honors classes and requiring tests for AP placement is significantly troubling for this cohort of students who have dreams to succeed. You are coming at this from the wrong point of view, a viewpoint that these students' outcomes do not suffer in a de-leveled setting. I have a different point of view, a viewpoint that asks what we can do as a district to make the outcomes of our highly motivated students better. These talented students are overlooked by the mindset of our superintendent and frequently by members of our Board of Education. We do not have a gifted and talented program. We eliminated 8th grade honors English despite the pleas of enrolled students at a past board meeting. I was there and still find that and other related decisions troubling. We all want better outcomes for our students, but instilling mediocrity via de-leveled academic setting is not the solution. Why do we overlook our overachievers? My first ask is that we form a committee to revisit providing honors English in the 8th grade and a significantly stronger offering of academically challenging programs for our students. We need to move beyond the politically easy implementation of de-leveling and instill strong leadership focused on ensuring that all of our students' needs are met. I want us to go the other way. I want all of our students to win. My second ask is that the board forms an independent panel of experts who include teachers, parents, students, and outside experts containing multiple points of view to examine any additional changes to our curriculum proposed during Dr. Taylor's hopefully limited tenure as our superintendent.
Sorry to interrupt you, but we're at time. Do you have just another sentence?
I
or-
have like 30 seconds more. Don't we need more than just Dr. Ferguson's point of view? Relying on this type of decision-making process is not suboptimal.
Sean?
My last topic is the renewal of Dr. Taylor's contract next spring.
We'll give you one more
Renewal
second.
is not what our district needs. We need a thoughtful, strong operator with a proven track record. The shortfall in our superintendent's management track record are well
So
documented
Sean,
and deserve action.
I'm sorry, not to be rude, but we have to move on, and we actually have 5 pages, and I want to make sure that
Okay.
everybody that
I
signed up
understand
gets
that,
to
so I'll
speak.
end it with this.
Thank you.
My third ask is that we run a vote of no confidence in Dr. Taylor's leadership at your next board meeting.
Next person is Margaret Pickron.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Margaret Pickron, and I'm a resident of Maplewood. My husband and I have 2 wonderful children, a 7th grader at SOMS and a 2nd grader at Marshall. To begin, I want to express my unequivocal support for the intentional integration initiative and the recommendations Dr. Fergus developed for our district to meet the mandates of the settlement with the BPW. But I'm here tonight to implore the board to not hastily adopt a policy to de-level our schools, and thank you for taking that off the agenda tonight. I ask this not because the conversation about de-leveling doesn't have a place in this district. It does. And research shows that de-leveling can greatly impact student achievement. However, I am dismayed by the manner in which this policy came to first read. A policy of this magnitude cannot be taken lightly. It requires significant research, planning, and engagement with key stakeholders. Tens, dozens of them are here, truly. None of this has happened. Instead, the 1-sentence-long policy was slyly couched in the proposed revisions to the Access and Equity Measure, which was released to the public just 2 days ago. Our district is facing a tidal wave of change at this moment, from the integration plan to rectifying decades of harm from the Teachers College ELA curriculum, which undoubtedly has contributed to our district's shameful achievement gaps. In addition, we are facing a capital crisis with buildings that are quite literally falling apart and need an additional $200 million to repair beyond the LRFP, which is in process and requires close oversight. I beg you all to please, please take some time to do the work at hand. Show this community what this board and administration are capable of. Do it wisely and deftly. Implement large-scale changes and implement these large-scale changes before you pass a de-leveling policy that at present has no backbone. Dr. Fergus wrote in a response to the Village Green that overall,
Margaret, I just want you to
detracking
know you're at time.
is a complicated process and one that will likely take significant time. To fast-track the adoption of a de-leveling policy at this moment is simply irresponsible. Thank you for your time this evening.
Rocio Lopez.
Hello. Can I have the same 2 minutes that Dr. Taylor got? Because I think they were like pretty good. Okay, just a joke. This is my nature, so you know, that's how I am. My name is Rocio Lopez. I'm the president of SOMEA, and I'm here today because we are tired. We are tired, right? Yes. And we are tired of you not knowing the truth. We are tired to be the last ones to be told about things. We are tired to know about things from the students instead of from our leaders, supposedly. And so you know, Dr. Taylor, you might meet with them about this policy, but you haven't talked to me about it yet. And you know, you haven't even shown me the policy. I had to see it, you know, through the attachments, which is kind of crazy, knowing that we have more than, you know, almost 700 stakeholders, and we are the ones that carry over the district. SOMEA, so you know, is the heart and soul of this district. You know why? Because, like it or not, you all leave. Even the students leave. But we are the only ones that stayed. So we are the most invested people in the whole district, so things work. So talking about that, being a good leader is being a servant. Have you been a servant of the district right now? Have you talked to all of us? I don't think that has happened. Enough already of lying and saying that you talk to the stakeholders. If you talk to 2 teachers, that doesn't mean talking to us. That's going to the people that you know they're going to say what you want to hear. And what is homogeneous? Homogeneous doesn't mean putting everybody in the same room. It all depends how you decide homogeneous means. Homogeneous could be by level. Homogeneous could be by the disabilities. So there are many things that homogeneous can mean. So in that regard, enough already. I believe in the leveling in the future, but we're not ready now. We're not even close to ready. It's a crazy idea. You know, we're coming from COVID, and we're barely making it for the students every day, trying to teach undifferentiated instruction already inside of our classes. Now, the Freshman Academy, so you know, the people have not gotten paid yet, and you signed the sidebar agreement last month. Thank you.
Thank you. Shira Lincoln.
My name is Shira Lincoln, and I am the Vice President of SOMEA. At the end of the school year, teachers pack up loose items in their rooms, put things in shelves and drawers, and leave them for the summer with expectation that their classrooms will be cleaned and left pretty much the way they left it in June. This year, I returned to my classroom to find it completely in a disarray. Someone packed up all my belongings, 26 years worth of teaching materials. There were over 85 boxes. Many meaningful personal items I used for instruction were broken and thrown into boxes with no care at all. I was given no warning that this might occur, nor was I given an explanation. The monumental task of unpacking my entire classroom left me in shock, but what I discovered next was even more shocking. While unpacking and cleaning the coat room, I noticed a huge hole in my wall. Upon my request, the district tested the classroom and found what I suspected: asbestos. I should not be the one to do the job of the district. Yes, if I hadn't done the work, and this work was not completed, my students would have been put at risk. Asbestos is no one's friend, but especially a cancer survivor like me. There are many teachers who are now questioning the air quality of their own rooms, since the district has failed to adequately allay our fears. My students had to begin their school year in the library while my room was being tested. I understand that times are tough economically. I understand that our buildings are old and need modernizing and cleaning, and that this costs money. But I am frustrated when I see monies the district spends on outside agencies who obviously aren't supervised by either their own or South Orange Maplewood. It is difficult enough to teach effectively when our rooms are clean. Just imagine if you had to think if it was asbestos-free. If teachers are shown such disrespect and lack of consideration, how is South Orange Maplewood going to attract the quality teachers it needs? I implore you to stop being penny-wise and pound-foolish when it comes to maintaining the district's buildings. Our children and our teachers deserve to work in clean, safe environments. The expense of good and efficient building maintenance is nominal in comparison to the health and welfare of the children and adults who spend a good portion of their lives in these buildings. It is my hope that the board will investigate the effectiveness of its facilities supervision in hopes of preventing this from happening again. The lives of every person who breathes air in our buildings deserve to do it in a safe environment.
One life is too many.
Yolanda Fleming. Yolanda Fleming.
Yolanda Fleming. Yolanda. Yoli. Yoli. Oh, gosh.
All right. Hello, my name is Yolanda Fleming, and I am a proud product, South Orange resident, and faculty member of this district. For the past 4 years, I've served as a 9 through 12 school counselor, and I loved my role in assisting all of my students prepare for their future goals. This time of year is mostly about college application season, and although all school counselors are tasked with balancing their time among all of their grade level responsibilities, our freshmen usually get the short end of the stick. When I received the notification that I was reassigned to serve as one of the freshman counselors, I knew that as a team player, I was determined to make this position work. And yet, I also knew how much I would miss the letter writing and scholarship searching, two of my favorite senior tasks that I've normally done. While I completely support the launch of the Freshman Academy, as it is one of our approved district goals, there are some concerns that I would like to share with you tonight. First, where's the curriculum? Freshman counselors were told in August that a social emotional learning curriculum named Wayfinder would be used for the Freshman Academy to facilitate the twice-weekly period Cougar Huddle that freshmen are mandated to attend. As of today, the Wayfinder program has still not been provided. Second, large group supervision. Counselors are not administrators. We're not disciplinarians. We should not be in charge of leading large groups of students. We have found ourselves in that position where we have been responsible for supervising large group gatherings of 9th grade students that numbered anywhere from 250 to 500 students without consistent administrative support. For example, Field Day was held last Wednesday morning during the administration of the PSAT. Half of the students were assigned to be with physical education teachers for an activity in the main gym, and the other half were assigned to be with the two freshman counselors for an activity in the auditorium. The two freshman counselors were approximately 175 students at a time with no administrative support for the majority of the time. Third,
Yolanda,
Freshman
I
counselors
just want you to know you're
having
at
to
time.
serve as a disciplinarian. I'm almost done. The freshman counselors have found themselves in situations where they are pressed to serve as disciplinarians, which is in direct conflict with our role as school counselors. This conflict gives pause to students who may not choose to seek out assistance in sensitive situations for fear that they might get in trouble. Our freshmen deserve the support they were promised, and they should have had a better start to this very critical first year of high school.
Jesse Hine? Jesse Hine?
Hi, my name is Jesse Hine. I'm a fifth grade teacher at Seth Boyden and a SOMEA member. I'm here to speak about the implementation of our new excellent elementary math curriculum, Eureka Squared. A major issue that confuses staff as well as the developers we are bringing in is that our access to certain features of this new program are being blocked by the district. These features allow slides to be pushed to student Chromebooks, quizzes and tests to be taken and graded online, and records and groups to be created using the online scores. We're talking instant, in-depth data telling us which content standards our students are proficient in and where they need to grow. Also, complex assessment scoring that gives more weight to questions that show partial proficiency, allowing students who still have room for growth to celebrate their achievements. An extremely complicated and tedious grading system to do by hand. All of these features are modern and bring our curriculum to the 21st century. The district's reasoning for blocking these features so that we can focus on student reasoning, that student performance has plummeted since we started using computers for learning, and that slideshows are not good for student engagement. We're told that these decisions are made to increase student achievement, but a major roadblock when it comes to standardized testing is unfamiliarity with taking computerized assessments. All math teachers agree that math should be worked out with pencil and paper. However, wouldn't it be best practice to teach our students how to properly utilize scrap paper, which they could turn in for us to analyze while submitting their answers online? After all, that's how they're assessed for NJSLA and the benchmark assessments we use. Major growth points we need to focus on according to our administrators. We're also told that it's our professional responsibility as teachers to score assessments, compile data, and create instructional groups by hand. Of course, we're able to do this effectively as we have done in the past. But why are we being forced to paint a wall with a little brush when there's a roller available? How can we truly assess the merits of this program if we're not using key components? Stop editing curriculums before we've had the chance to try it the way they were meant to be used. Stop blocking us from using 21st century technology that allows us to use our limited time more effectively and also increases student achievement. Thank you.
Thank you. Dallas, are you down? Okay, great. Yeah.
I'm Dallas and she's Julie, so we're right in order.
I love how you guys know what order you're in. That's great.
Good evening. My name is Dallas Duffy, and I am teacher of mathematics at Maplewood Middle School. I'm also proud to work as the SOMEA secretary. In my 18 years as a math teacher at MMS, I have taught every course, from math intervention, previously called Project Ahead, to the accelerated geometry course. In my current role, I offer intervention, support, and extension of the curriculum in every math course at MMS. I'm here tonight to speak about the possible de-leveling of courses in the district. First of all, if the plan is to de-level, were any teachers involved in the conversation? The wealth of institutional knowledge and knowledge of the curriculum that teachers possess is invaluable. We are the ones with the experience, the ones who know the curriculum, its successes and challenges, the ones who are in it every day working with the students, and we have great ideas. But for some reason, we are left out of the decision-making process. We know what works for our students and what we need to make them more successful. My next point speaks to de-leveling itself. I have had numerous informal conversations with my colleagues about the courses in middle school. We have not discussed de-leveling as a department. Not one teacher that I have spoken to has said that de-leveling the courses at the middle school is the answer. In these conversations with colleagues, we discuss possible ways to restructure the acceleration program, the idea of including an extension math class for all students, and what we feel would be the most appropriate courses at the middle school level. We care deeply about the courses that are offered. One of the most important questions is that if this policy is accepted, when are we going to offer Algebra 1? If it is not offered until 9th grade, then the only way to accelerate if the only way to accelerate is through AP classes, then the earliest any student could take an AP math class is their junior year, AP statistics. And that would only be if they doubled up on geometry and algebra 2 their sophomore year. How many students would be able to reach calculus by the end of their high school career? On the other hand, if algebra is mandated in 8th grade or even 7th grade, what about the students who thrive in grade level and pre-algebra courses in those important developmental years? This is an extremely complicated and important conversation.
As mentioned, this plan for deleveling affects the math courses at CHS. Hi, I am Julie Scrivenik, and I am currently a math teacher at CHS. I have taught in the district for 13 years and started at MMS before transferring to the high school. I have taught everything from 6th grade math to AP statistics. In my informal conversations with CHS math teachers, not one of them has stated that deleveling will help our students thrive in math. As a department, we have not formally discussed the topic as well. At the high school, we are trying to expand our AP programs. It does not make sense to delevel the prerequisite classes. Instead of deleveling, the focus should be on providing support to the students who are taking all the courses at CHS, including honors and AP courses. These supports can include after-school and summer support classes, a conference period where neither students nor teachers are scheduled for classes, and supplemental courses to remediate skills. We should take this opportunity to reevaluate our middle school and high school math offerings, accelerated courses, and paths to calculus, and find a way to make all the courses accessible to our students, ensuring that every course contains a balance of foundational skills, rigorous tasks, and challenges. If differentiation is the goal through deleveling, the leveled classes that are currently run are differentiated. All students in all courses need cognitive challenges. They need an enriched curriculum that meets them where they are and helps them learn and grow. It was hard for both of us to limit our comments here to only a few minutes. This is a very complex topic that requires discussion, collaboration, and planning. Exactly the same for everyone does not seem like a box we should try to cram ourselves into. This is actually contradictory to what SOMSD stands for. Thank you.
Joyce Leslie?
Let's see. Can you hear me? Yeah. Hi, I'm Dr. Joyce Leslie, and this is my 19th year teaching mathematics at CHS, and I want to speak to you about two important issues. Like Ms. Duffy and Ms. Scrivenak, I have taught a wide range of math classes from low to high at CHS. I was very supportive of the amount of deleveling we did when we stopped having 5 levels and we went to basically 2. But I want to tell you about my discrete math class. Currently, one of the courses I teach is discrete mathematics, and that attracts a wide range of students who choose not to go on to calculus or not to take pre-calculus. Some of the students even take discrete math after they take calculus because they're choosing not to take another AP class. They want a more relaxed mathematics class. So last year we tried combining, we deleveled. We tried combining our honors and our AC discrete math class. So I had one class which had skills fragile students and regular AC students and regular honors students. And it didn't work. It didn't work well mostly for the skills fragile students. In fact, my co-teacher, Mr. Keegan, who's no longer with us here, he's teaching in another district, we discussed this issue with guidance. We had a big meeting with all the guidance counselors, and we all agreed, looking at what was happening, that we would best serve our students if we separated the honors section and the college level section. Discrete math is a project-based class where students get to explore math and justify their own solutions. It can be very, very engaging. And when I have separate classes, I can reach most of these kids and bring them forward. But when I saw how dismayed some of the students were, in the company of students who were going so much faster, I realized that this was not going to work. We need to focus on the needs of our students, particularly those in mathematics who really need a small class and a dedicated teacher. Leveling does not mean tracking. Leveling is about meeting needs. the needs of students where they are. Leveling is not about permanent placement on a low level. Thank you.
Okay, Luis Hernandez?
All right. Good evening. My name is Luis Hernandez, Spanish teacher at Columbia High School. I'm here tonight to seek the answers I haven't received from my supervisor and the administration. I want to clarify the scope of the latest letter to staff from Dr. Taylor in regard to the Halloween practice in the school premises. It brings me a great concern about the current decorations in my classroom. Do I have to take down cultural items related to the Dia de los Muertos, Day of the Dead, which simply symbolize Mexican and Central American cultures due to their Aztecs and Mayans heritage? Do I have to take down pictures that exhibited churches in Hispanic American countries, which represent their European heritage due to the Spanish colonization, and more? Dr. Taylor's communication emphasizes the no costumes must be worn during the school hours. Should I refrain myself from using hats, ponchos, and other artifacts that at times I wear to represent the Jewish heritage in the Colombian Gulf region after the expulsion of the Sephardic community from Spain in 1492? It is a particularly sensible topic for me since my family descends from that region and from those Jewish families. Number two, South Orange and Maplewood School District openly speaks about equality and promotes itself as a defender of diversity in school grounds, but this is not necessarily reflected in the practice. I represent a minority who doesn't have representation throughout the community. To give you an example, a few years ago, I successfully founded the National Spanish Honor Society. Over 30 students were inducted, activities were done to contribute in national organizations and to the school body. The Honor Society helped students to publish nationally and so on. As important as prestigious as the Honor Society can be, stipends haven't been approved after years of application. This board, unfortunately, is expecting that teachers or advisors that represent minority groups, Hispanics and Asians in particular, work with no payment, while keeping these national organizations alive in the school grounds. This is, if you allow me, simply outrageous. The National Spanish Honor Society and the National Chinese Honor Society must be recognized by the board and a stipend shall be approved to bring the best benefits to our students, families, and for the minorities in this school district. Thank you.
Heather Metig?
Okay. Good evening. My name is Heather Mitiga. I am a second grade teacher at Marshall School. This is my 20th year teaching and 13th year in the district. I'm speaking tonight to bring attention to several issues within the special education department in our district. My class is labeled as an inclusion class, which means some of my students are entitled to in-class support from a special education teacher. Up until last week, that position was vacant, which means that my students were not getting the supports they needed and deserved. There are 3 other in-class support positions that are vacant. This means, oh, no, I lost my spot. This means that students who have IEPs, a legally binding document, are not receiving the support that their teachers, parents, and members of the child study team have all agreed that they need. Not only do we have trouble recruiting new teachers for these positions, we have trouble keeping supervisors in the special education department. In the past 5 years, there have been 3 assistant superintendents of special services. The department has no institutional memory. There are no clear-cut protocols for placing a student in a particular setting or for phasing out or eliminating services when a student has made substantial growth. This makes decisions like whether to give a student significant supports, such as resource room, evidence-based reading, or even an out-of-district placement, much more difficult because instead of a rule supported by data and growth, our factors come into play like staff availability or what we think parents will agree to. Our district pays millions of dollars to out-of-district placements and lawyers who are trying to justify our placement decisions to families. Our district would be better served by strong leadership who can implement and consistently use guidelines for placement in special education setting and the types of services students can receive. Our district is touting the banner of equity and inclusion, but the way we distribute special education supports is anything but equitable.
Hello, my name is Emily Mamrak, and I'm also a teacher at Marshall Elementary School. And I'm also speaking about the issues in the Department of Special Services. I've been directly impacted by the issue of outsourcing in our district, especially when it comes to paraprofessionals. When paraprofessionals are hired by an outside agency, there is less of an investment in their place at your school and with the particular children they serve. While the majority of the paras in my building are amazing and truly committed to helping the students they work with, one of the major issues comes when there's a substitute in case of an absence, because you never know what is walking through your door. Will you get someone who is clearly experienced with children and uses strategies to engage that student? Or will you have someone who sits on their phone in the corner for the entire day? It is not clear what training our paraprofessionals have received and what the understood expectations are for them to do. As a classroom teacher, we are evaluated on how effectively we use a paraprofessional in our classroom, but where do we turn when someone needs more support or if you have an issue? If our paraprofessionals were employed by the district, we could control their training and expectations for their roles. We would be able to recruit and keep the amazing paraprofessionals who serve our neediest students. Another issue plaguing special services is the lack of department meetings. Department meetings are scheduled monthly, but there has not been a department meeting led by a supervisor in over a year. These meetings would be an ideal time to share expectations, present new research, and partner with peers in your building. This lack of leadership leaves teachers working in small groups within their own building and in the case of their own special class. These teachers are working with students who need the most support, yet they do not receive the same support from this administration. Thank you.
Claire Sinclair.
Okay, one of our teachers was skipped for curriculum. I don't know if you saw her name. Lisa? Did you, one of our teachers was skipped on the list, I believe. Lisa Rosenberg?
I don't have her on.
Oh,
Lisa. Oh,
Okay,
sorry.
all right,
So
so-
many people are coming up two at a time that I thought that she was already, so she'll be after you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Claire Sinclair, and I, along with two other Tuscan Somea building reps, am here to share some of our staff's continued concerns. It is a pervasive feeling that our opinions are not sought, listened to, or respected. There are so many initiatives and decisions made that have zero input from staff, yet we are the ones who are expected to implement and make them successful. We often find out about things at the same time as the community and are not given opportunities to ask questions, discuss, or reflect on how things are going. Because we feel our voices are not being heard and our students' needs are therefore not always being met, we are here tonight to share some of these concerns. Our students with special needs are our most vulnerable learners, and as a staff, we try very hard to advocate for the resources and staff our students need. Unfortunately, in spite of this advocacy, in planning for this school year for the second year in a row at Tuscan, we are understaffed and do not have enough special educators. Both of these years, staff members have brought up the need for an additional special educator far in advance, and both years our concerns were not addressed. Starting in mid-spring 2023, teachers advocated for the need of an additional inclusion class based on IEP numbers. However, it wasn't until the end of August this year that the position was finally approved and posted. At that late date, the candidate pool was very limited. However, a great candidate was found and a position was offered, but the district could not match the salary a charter school had offered, and the candidate turned it down. This position has still not been filled. We are very aware of achievement gaps that exist in this district and feel that these gaps have grown since COVID. We plan our lessons with as much differentiation as possible and small group individualized instruction. However, we are not receiving the support we need to meet our students' needs. We do not have any academic intervention tier 2 or 3 supports for math in K through 5, and in ELA, these supports only exist in grades K through 2. Our students deserve more.
Hi, my name is Lisa Rosenberg, and I'm also a Tuscan teacher and a Somea building rep. Aside from supporting our students' social and emotional well-being and growth, our most important job as teachers is to provide our students with an enriching and engaging curriculum. Delivering this type of instruction begins with teachers having the appropriate curriculum and the resources with which to deliver the curriculum. Without them, it's more difficult to differentiate and accommodate all abilities and to provide opportunities for our students to get hands-on with their learning. At the elementary level, there are many concerns around the social studies curriculum and resources provided. Among those concerns are the following. Many of the social studies units posted in Atlas have absolutely no lessons or are linked to empty documents. Books listed as resources for teaching have not been provided to the teachers. Textbooks listed as the primary resource for both teachers and students are outdated. For example, the 3rd grade textbook Communities was published nearly 20 years ago, or they no longer align with the majority of the curriculum content. For example, the 4th grade textbook is called New Jersey, and the 4th grade no longer focuses on New Jersey, but rather on early human civilizations in the transatlantic world, the transatlantic slave trade, and colonization of the Americas through the Revolutionary War. In addition, many classrooms no longer have teacher's guides or a full class set of textbooks or other resources listed in Atlas, for example, the Nystrom map kits. I have 4 globes this big. We have not been asked what we need to implement the curriculum, nor have we been provided with an opportunity to order needed hands-on materials such as maps, globes, and other primary resources. While we appreciate receiving extra digital resources last year through Newsella, when teachers have asked for more hands-on and current resources, such as subscription-based magazines like Time for Kids and Scholastic News, they have consistently been told the district will not pay for them. Teachers need professional development, lessons, new and updated resources in order to provide the quality social studies education our students deserve. Thank you for your time.
Tivoli Hunt. Tivoli, yep.
Hi, my name is Tivoli Hunt. I'm also a Tuscan teacher and building rep. The most basic thing our students and staff deserve when they come to school each day is a safe and clean learning environment. So far this year, Tuscan has not had consistent custodial crew, and we have many concerns about our building's cleanliness. Classrooms and hallways have been left filthy overnight. Garbage cans are not consistently emptied. Floors are not swept, let alone mopped. Carpets are not vacuumed, and desktops are not cleaned. Our K-5 students snack in these classrooms, and floors need to be swept and mopped every day. There are so many germs and illnesses going around, and our surfaces, such as student desks, need to be sanitized and cleaned daily. Us teachers, we have been putting in work orders, reporting concerns to our building admin, adding them to spreadsheets, taking pictures, and we continue to report it everywhere we can without much change. In addition, we have some serious health and safety concerns which are not being addressed in a timely manner or taken as seriously as they should. There is a section of the roof over one stairwell which has been leaking since 2021, causing the ceiling to crumble and fall and for it to rain into the stairwell on the top landing where a student or staff could easily go flying down the stairs. The wet floor sign and the buckets that are there are really not enough. 2 weeks ago, one of our staff actually slipped and fell on the landing, which is something we've been fearing would happen to a student or staff member for a long time. We also have ongoing concerns about the possibility of mold in that ceiling, what we're breathing in. There is extreme water damage to that wall and ceiling, which we've captured in photos and videos and submitted to administration over the last 2 years. During this time, the roof at Tuscan was replaced over this part of the building during the construction that we had, and it was not fixed. The area has been painted over several times. You see the new layers of paint, and then you see the new water stains build.
Tivoli, just want to let you know you're at time, maybe if there's anything. Okay.
Thank you.
Jen Skates?
Good evening. Hi, my name is Jennifer Skates, and I teach second grade inclusion at Marshall School. I've been an educator in the South Orange and Maplewood School District for 17 years. I love second grade, and I especially love teaching second grade inclusion. I'm coming to realize that there's a lot about my job that is out of my control. Not out of control, but out of my control. For example, last year was extremely difficult due to the fact that I had no co-teacher for the first 4 months of school. The numbers were quite predictable, and it was common knowledge that another inclusion section would need to be added. However, the special education department did not begin looking for my co-teacher until 1 month before school began. It's pretty well known that it's difficult to fill an open teaching position in late August, let alone find a quality candidate. But out of my control. So I showed up and worked harder than ever. How is this year going? I'm happy to report that I have a co-teacher to start the year with, but I was tasked with learning a new math curriculum the first week of school. Out of my control. So what do? I attempt to learn this new math curriculum to give my all to my students. So now I'm in my classroom with my 21 second graders teaching the new math curriculum, except they can't exactly hear me because I'm competing with the construction happening inches away from my window every single day. I point to the board to show them the next problem, but my board is shaking from the construction outside. I'm not sure if you've ever taught a math lesson to a group of 7-year-olds, but it's pretty darn tricky on a regular day. Out of my control. Also out of my control is how filthy our school building is each and every single day. It just gets worse every year. We put in work orders, you've heard. So anyone that's telling you they're not aware, they're lying. So aside from the mud and general filth all over the floor, there's been an infestation of ants. Just last week, I dismissed a crying student who had ants all over her backpack and coat because there's hundreds of ants in my classroom all the time. And I've put in all the reports, I filled them out. My principal has showed me her emails that she has sent to central office. Everyone's aware, nothing's done. My question is, who is in control? Who is responsible for making sure that our students have a clean classroom every day? Who's responsible for making sure special education students have a special education teacher to instruct them? Who's responsible for making sure teachers are prepared and supported to teach this new curriculum? Who is in charge? Yeah, who's in charge? Thank you.
Patrice?
Hi, my name is Patrice Massang. I'm the Professional Rights and Responsibilities Committee Chair for SMEA. As part of my role, I attend monthly meetings with the district leadership team to discuss possible issues within the district. Within the last 2 years, you could probably guess that many of those issues have surrounded construction. We've been told that the administration is learning from prior years so that everything can run smoothly in the future. This year, construction began on Marshall School. At the end of last school year, my co-teacher and I were told that we would have to pack up our room for the summer. It took a couple of weeks for us to pack up the over 130 boxes of items in our classroom. We were not permitted to re-enter the school until August 30th, a day when early professional development was also provided to allow more time in the school when it reopened on September 5th. We were permitted to be in the school from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on August 30th and 31st, and then allowed in our classroom on September 5th and 6th, with convocations scheduled for the morning of September 6th. That allowed 3 days to unpack our over 100 boxes and set up our classrooms. As my co-teacher and I entered our classroom on August 31st, we realized that little cleaning had been done, as the custodians were subject to the same limitations and restrictions to access our classroom. Before reshelving even one book, all shelves had to be cleaned. We also had to clean ours and the students' desks and chairs, locate missing students' desks and chairs, and our misplaced rug. I worked from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. on August 31st, 8 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. on September 5th, and 11 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. on September 6th to have our room look like a classroom that students could use. The remaining boxes were placed at the side of the room and unpacked after school hours as time permitted. In what other professional job would you expect to work over 20 unpaid hours to prepare your space so that you can do your job? We are one of the lucky ones. At least we were given advance notice that we would have to pack. Many teachers in our building were told that they would not need to pack up, but returned to school on the first day to find everything in their room packed up, broken, and/or missing. Instead of learning from past mistakes, the district just repeated the
Patrice, you're
same
at time.
ones time and time again. That's
Thank
it.
you. Leah Van Dornick?
Good evening. My name is Leah Van Dornick. I'm a teacher at Seth Boyden, resident of Maplewood, and parent of 4 children that have either graduated or are current students in this district. Every month from September to June, on the 15th, staff receive a paycheck for any extra compensation we are owed from the previous month, usually for overtime or payment for loss of preparation periods or insufficient unpacking time. Our pay stubs don't include a detailed breakdown of what we were paid for. It just says extra comp. We then have to email the payroll supervisor and hope to get a response. This makes it very challenging to know if our pay is even accurate. Soon we're coming up to November, where we're closed for a week. We will inevitably receive an email that all extra comp will be paid at the end of the month rather than the 15th, as payroll does not have enough time to process and pay us money that we have earned and need every year. In spring of 2022, after over a year of negotiations, we were told we would receive retroactive pay that summer to match our negotiated salaries. Then we were told that, oh, it wouldn't be done by then after all because payroll couldn't process it in time. Only after union leadership intervened were we paid by the agreed upon date. Finally, as teachers, we are not paid during the summer. We all commiserate that it is unnecessarily difficult to calculate and move money around in hopes of making it to September 15 without going into the red. Despite asking multiple times, the district refuses to offer us a 12-month salary option. I was wondering, why do we have all these payroll issues? Because apparently the payroll for our district of around 1,000 employees is done by hand in 2023. Why aren't we investing in training our payroll department on a 21st century system that will allow them to do their jobs well? Maybe we're outsourcing the payroll department next, I don't know. Tell us what we're being paid for. Pay us on time and offer us the opportunity to have our salary paid over the course of 12 months. Thank you. You have told us what we pay, so you know that we barely make it enough to get by as it is. So please stop making it difficult. Thank you.
Sarah Beninati.
Sorry, I should be prepared, but I'm not. I'm Sarah Beninati. I'm from Delia Bolden. I'm here to talk about the current state of our transportation in our district. The issue is impacting parents, students, teachers, and staff, and putting students in harm's way. Students are missing instructional time, as well as their entire special periods, and sometimes they're being late to school with over 90 minutes of time. Older students are feeling embarrassed as they walk to their classes late, and younger students are having accidents on the restroom, which is causing a disruption to the start of our day as well. Because of all this The office staff is having a hard time keeping track of attendance with busloads of children arriving after the state mandated time for attendance to be submitted. It's impacting the school's ability to make it, it's impacting a student's ability to make it to after-school commitments on time as well because they're getting home so late from school. Parents are late to work due to students not being picked up on time, and also there's no communication between parents and the transportation system as well. There used to be communication between transportation informing parents when a bus would be late, and if there was a problem with any buses. This is no longer happening. This is causing the school, parents, and teachers left in the dark with children, sometimes us not knowing their whereabouts, and it's causing it to be a very dangerous situation. The bus drivers do not have accurate or up-to-date lists of students, and the bus company is not aware of our district calendar. There's been times where we have early dismissal days, and we are telling the bus drivers when they need to come back to our school. Students do not know their bus drivers because there's not consistent bus drivers each day as well as bus drivers not knowing consistent bus routes for students as well. Not having a physical application for bus services is not equitable, as most of the need for a bus comes from our English language learners and special education students. The application is on PowerSchool, which many families are not able to actually properly access. We want the best for our students, and this situation is setting them up for a day of frustration and failure.
Joe Martinez. Okay.
Check your email while he's talking.
Thank
I sent
you.
you a presentation, a PowerPoint, images. Boromir, you got that email from me with a link. While he speaks. Okay, go ahead.
Jose Martinez, Maplewood resident, 2 sons in district, proud 10-year SOMEA member, SOMEA Action Committee chair. Hopefully these words spotlight every moldy crack, ant, and leaky pipe that occupy the buildings of this district, and that everyone listening is filled with much anger, disgust, and frustration as I am, because then perhaps effective oversight will occur. Let's talk about the management of our school grounds and facilities. Providing our children with the most secure, safest, and healthiest learning environment has proven to be an epic failure. Shoddy patchwork, Band-Aid over bullet hole style finishes, and sheer negligence is evident in literally every single school building in this district. Enough is enough. Appalling and unacceptable are just 2 adjectives out of many that describe the conditions of our schools, and what's more, the directorial follow-through and time it takes to have such amateur work delegated is atrocious. Grace was given long ago, however, that expiration date is long past delinquent. At this juncture, disregard and incompetence can only explain the foul stench of excuses that corrode the corridors and learning spaces where we teach and our students learn. Spare us the sham about long-term plans that there's no money. Who holds who accountable when armies of ants march into students' backpacks and garbage containers are the solution to leaky pipes and brown toilet water-soaked ceiling tiles? Who holds accountability for soiled and stained decade-old carpets that still line our classrooms or expose asbestos that decorate our classroom walls? School dude maintenance, you say? Give us a break. Teachers are nauseous over the black hole that is school dude maintenance, where critical maintenance requests rot. A classroom 30 days without a PA system this year with 3 work orders sitting in a queuing system since September 11th does not and should not represent the phrase timely fashion. The individuals who should be supervising and overseeing these daily, weekly, and monthly walkthroughs are straight up failing, spewing the same old, tired, recycled, lame, flaccid drivel for excuses as to why this takes time and there are insufficient funds. We are sick and tired of the dog and pony show. Find us adults who aren't going to roll the rotten egg down the road or toss third-rate reasons around and hold them down until they set off into the sunset onto the next comfy and cozy position in the next school district. And when you do, be sure not to cite this district as an achievement within your managerial capacity. Thank you.
Lori Pham. Lori Pham, thank you.
Yeah, you made me go after you? That's mean.
Good evening. My name is Lori Pham, and I'm a teacher at Columbia High School. I'm treasurer of SMEA, SMEA liaison to the Achieve Board, and a 20-year resident of Maplewood. Because SMEA doesn't hire a PR firm, I'm here tonight to tell you a few things about us. First, of SMEA's 676 active members, 127, or almost 20%, are residents of South Orange or Maplewood. But those 20% also have family and friends who live in Soma, as well as children who attend SOMSD schools, extending their reach into our community. There are many other members with ties to our community, but moved away due to the high taxes and/or rents that are difficult on a teacher's salary. Second, through NJE's Pride program, we are a large contributor to Achieve, the educational foundation here in Maplewood, South Orange. In fact, we were the lead sponsor for Achieve's annual Newstead 5K for the 3rd year in a row. Through Achieve's teacher grants and Riki scholarships, our dedicated and creative teachers bring enrichment to SOMSD students that is not possible through the district budget. We are a partner to Achieve in fulfilling its mission. In addition, we are financial contributors to the Cougar Boosters, MAPSO Freedom School, the annual Shakespeare Festival, the South Mountain YMCA Duck Race, as well as Midnight Madness. Through the SMEA Scholarship Fund, we raise money each year to provide scholarships to CHS seniors. Product placement, visit the Kicks and Sticks website to check out the SMEA store. Every purchase benefits our scholarship fund. To conclude, SMEA is maintenance personnel, secretaries, IT specialists, athletic trainers, child study teams, social workers, counselors, librarians, nurses, and teachers. But we are also neighbors, friends, families, voters, taxpayers, parents, grads, and most importantly, part of the SOMA community. Isn't it time that central office gives SMEA a real seat at the table? Thank you for your time.
I don't see him. Tony Mazzocchi.
Okay, let's see.
Actually, before I start, because this has been quite incredible, I'd like to take 10 seconds to thank you as a parent in this district, all you teachers, for doing what you've been doing. Thank you for holding it together. All right, Keith, you could start it. First of all, how about that Maplewood Middle School choir? That was unbelievable. There's nothing like children singing together, nothing like it. I do want to tell you, I hope you all realize that under this de-leveling policy that you are proposing this evening, that choir would be abolished. That is a leveled choir in the middle school. It's important for you to know. And ironic that you had him as guest this afternoon. Pretty ironic. Look, why are teachers hearing about all this for the first time? If there was ever any doubt that the leader of this district is not communicating with them, that doubt is gone in my mind now. This is educational malpractice, everybody. This policy, educational malpractice, counter to what we heard from board members a couple weeks ago. This policy is nowhere near fully baked, nowhere near. For instance, the one embedded small line about de-leveling, the entire district uses no child left behind language like core instructional programs. That's been gone for 10 years. 10 years. It's Every Student Succeeds Act now, since 2015. Well-rounded education that includes every subject, which means every subject in the core would be cut into one level in this entire district. That's unacceptable, in my opinion, that the educational leader of this district didn't know enough to point out things like this before presenting it to the BOE. But if you included the actual educator sitting behind me right now, they would have pointed that out to you. Look, I'm a pretty calm guy. Dr. Taylor, you said in your report a lot, and absolutely nothing at the same time. You offered nothing except for, we'll get on this, we promise. We don't like to offer plans until sometime down the road. How's that been working out for this district, everybody? How's that been working out? That is not good enough. And I actually believe that the people proposing this policy have no idea how to actually do the work. 2 minutes is not long enough. Please tear it up, go back to the drawing board, try this one again. Thank you.
Danielle Cayo.
Hello, my name is Danielle Cayo, and I'm a French and Spanish teacher at Columbia High School. What I would like to address with the board tonight is the subject of stipends for club sponsors. The reason is that there are many interest clubs at Columbia High School, and yet the National Honor Society cannot be sponsored or remunerated if we do it. I'd like to be, a sponsor of the French Honor Society. I can't do it because I have also been a sponsor for the Improv Club for 3 years. For 8 years, I've been a sponsor for the Multicultural Club, in which we do a Black History Month. We do work with Ms. Banner to do a multicultural night event for the community, for our students, for our stakeholders. I've gone to the municipal court building and done dance performances with my students. I've worked with MAC, I've worked with Achieve, I've worked with so many people in the community. And my students, they go on Saturdays and Sundays to rehearse, and yet I'm giving my time, and there is a proliferation of clubs at the school, and that shows the dedication of teachers towards students. But when is the board going to do something for us who are giving our time also and properly remunerate us when we are giving to this community and we're giving so much? I think, you should readdress it. There are some interest clubs, but there are also clubs that meet for 1 hour, and yet they get remunerated, their sponsors do, and clubs that meet all the time, and they are doing a lot of things for the students, and yet they are not remunerated. Ms. Banner, you have the floor
Your
because
time
she's
is
speaking
up.
about the same thing.
You've got a couple seconds. Your time is up, and you weren't on the list, so.
2 minutes, please. 10 seconds. So I've been sending emails for the past 8 years. I run 2 clubs here, the Ladies of Leadership and the Men with Purpose. We have about 67 students in the club. Yet for the past 8 years, I've been receiving the runaround about how there's no funds to support these students of color. Some of these students are even here now, in the middle of the night, instead of being home. But yet, we keep on receiving emails over and over and over again about equity and supporting the needs of our students of color. Yet, when a teacher of color is trying to do that, we don't receive any support. So please, I ask that finally, that these clubs, these interest clubs, get some sort of interest from the board.
Thank you. Shayna Sackett-Gable.
Good evening. I'm Shayna Sackett-Gable, currently a Maplewood resident, parent to 2 CHS students, and a former member of SOMEA. Thank you for the necessary reminder, SOMEA, that a large part of SOMEA includes our neighbors. All of our teachers deserve to be included in these critical conversations and, of course, have their basic needs met for healthy workplaces. I want to raise a concern regarding the access and equity policy, specifically the deleveling provision. To start, I want to acknowledge the thoughts shared by Board Member Gifford when proposing this policy. I know this is something that impacted him personally, and thinking back to my own CHS experience with the 5-leveled system, I sympathize. I want to also acknowledge the circumstances surrounding this conversation. As we've heard repeatedly, there remain outcome gaps between students in our academic and honors classes. I think we can agree something is broken. The hopeful part is we have potential solutions. Dr. Fergus gave the district 23 recommendations and spotlighted the need to raise the level of rigor in academic classes. Let's start there. Let's provide phenomenal academic experiences for students who thankfully have the option to select these courses, but who are no less curious or capable. Let's provide academic level instruction that is not watered down, but covers all the appropriate standards taught by teachers who are encouraging and supportive to all their students. Shoring up the academic level classes will require a great deal of attention, examining curriculum, and professional learning.
I'm also concerned about the impact this could have on students receiving special education services. We want to see as many students as possible accessing an appropriate education in an integrated mainstream setting. Teachers have shared concern over how they can effectively differentiate instruction across such an even wider array of students without support. Teachers deserve a seat at the table for any major instructional changes. In short, administrators are concerned, teachers are concerned, parents are concerned, students are concerned. Let's go back to the drawing board.
Sarah Connolly. No. Julie Madden.
Hi, I'm Julie Madden. I'm a resident of South Orange. I have 2 boys in the public schools, a first grader at Marshall and a 5th grader at Bolden. I'm here probably just as a representative of many parents who are experiencing stress and students experiencing stress because of the bus situation. I had a wonderful experience with the buses, with my son going from our house in South Orange to Bolden for 3rd and 4th grade. This year has been very different. I know you've heard from me. I appreciate your responses, Dr. Taylor, but we need a solution. His bus is the green bus that goes from Montrose to Bolden. They've been on time 4 days this year out of the entire school year. It's just unacceptable. I appreciate hearing from a Bolden teacher talking about the disruption to the classroom. I got a call once, he wasn't there because attendance probably was taken before he arrived. You can imagine the concern and panic I felt. I understand this is a difficult topic. Getting to school shouldn't be hard. I really ask for more communication and a solution so the kids can get to school on time. Thank you.
Sarah, I called you for a public speaks. Would you like to come up? Yep, Sarah Connolly. Thank you.
Sorry. It's okay. Sarah Connolly, South Orange. Dr. Taylor, I wanted to talk briefly about transportation. Last year, when the parents were dealing with our own transportation issues and we were standing before Judge Courtney, I had a conversation with the school district's lawyer, and I said to her, I don't understand why Dr. Taylor's lying to us. I don't understand why Mr. Burnside is lying to us. I don't understand how Tammy Talmadge is lying to us. And she looked at me without hesitation and said, they're not lying to you, Sarah. They're simply incompetent. And I actually laughed, but she didn't. And what we've seen this year is just a continuation. These families are struggling. As early or as most recently as today, you had a situation where parents were notified that their bus would be coming early, except the email was sent to the wrong set of parents. So you had over 20 students standing outside at 7:15 waiting for a bus that never showed up. And these are elementary age students. So I'm wondering here, at what point do you acknowledge that you're not able to do this for us, that you are hurting our children? They deserve more. And transportation is one of many issues that this district is dealing with right now. And it's one of many issues in which you're not doing what we need you to do. And I ask you to take that into consideration because I'm not sure you're a good fit for this district anymore. Thank you.
Ambra Teague. 2 more left here. Run first.
Hi, everyone. Thanks. I'm Ambra Teague from Maplewood. Earlier tonight, you passed what sounded like a really common sense policy, and yet you had mentioned how long it took to get that done. A lot of work. It was a long time coming, yet it seems super common sense. Why would that take so long? So I'm curious how one sentence around de-leveling and a policy that sounds like it's only been kicking around for a few weeks is going to go to first vote. I mean, like, that just doesn't, or first read rather, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. Several superintendents ago, Osborne did a real de-leveling, right? Another teacher mentioned we went from 5 to 2 levels effectively, if you don't count AP. And still, I think the data shows that our achievement gap continues to persist. So is it leveling? Was leveling the issue? Did we do any work to analyze why no change? When you're trying to change a percentage, you can do 2 things. You can decrease the numerator. In this case, kids that are not achieving the level that we would hope that they would achieve. Or you can increase the denominator. And so de-leveling sounds like would allow you to increase the denominator and therefore reduce the percentage, and maybe it looks like you've done something to reduce the achievement gap. But you haven't. You've just manipulated the math. What you have to do is decrease the numerator. So figure out what is going on. De-leveling, maybe it's the right thing, but it's going to take time. It's going to take input from the amazing teachers here, from the students who benefit from having options, and all the families in our district. Thank you so much.
Last in-person public speaks is Jeffrey Bennett.
I agree with almost everything I've heard tonight, so I'm going to actually skip to some things which I don't think have come up yet. A lot of people here have criticized de-leveling in the new A&E policy. I also oppose that, but I also want to draw the public's attention to the provision to hire multiple DEI coaches. We don't know how many DEI coaches or how much they would cost would be hired, but it does say school-based DEI coaches, so it does imply several DEI coaches, presumably at a cost of hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't know how board members can defend that when you guys know how tight the budget is and you know how little discretionary spending power we have. If you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on additional DEI coaches, you're going to have to cut somewhere else. And when I walked in tonight, I saw 15 vacancies in special education listed in the hallway to the Board of Ed meeting. I don't know how you can justify putting more resources into DEI coaches and not special ed. I originally wanted to talk about the transfer policy that you guys are going to be having a first read on. Thank you very much for finally working on this and for implementing waitlist transfers, and I assume like-for-like transfers. But I also urge you to copy the real Berkeley model and adopt something called an extraordinary circumstances transfer process, which would hopefully be a rare process, but available to families in the most acute hardship, perhaps from a totally inflexible work schedule and or a lack of a car, where going to one particular school is absolutely necessary for them. I know that some of you might oppose this on the grounds that some families might abuse it, but which is worse, to deny 10 valid transfer requests to prevent a single invalid one from going through, or to allow one invalid request in order to accommodate 10 valid ones. I think it's better to risk allowing some invalid transfers to help people who really do need help. I also urge you to consider what our policy is for when a family moves within SOMA. It's possible that a family might move to a neighborhood where they're the only child going to that school. In that case, the child might be a little isolated and would be very hard to bus. And as we've seen this year, when you have an isolated child, it doesn't just affect that child. It affects every child they share the bus route, which could be dozens of kids. And when a bus with dozens of kids is late to school, it affects the whole school, which is hundreds of kids. And I'll respect the time. Thank you.
Thank you. So we just have a handful of online public speaks, and I want to see if they are still on. Georgia Warren Waspers.
That community member is not online.
Okay. Dion Winter.
That community member is not online.
Okay. Heather Harrington. Heather Harrington. Heather, are you on? You're muted.
Not me.
We can't, if you're talking, we can't hear you. Can you speak up? Oh, we lost her. Okay, let's see if the next person is on while she tries to get her tech together. Melanie Geiger?
Hi, this is Melanie. Can you
Hi,
hear
Melanie.
me? Hi. Trying to turn on my camera. My name's Melanie Hucker Geiger, and I'm Maplewood resident.
Melanie, can you speak up, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is this better?
Yes.
My name's Melanie Hucker Geiger, and I'm Maplewood resident. I have 2 children at CHS, and I want to echo Tony Mizaki and thank all the teachers who have come out tonight. As a district parent, it's super helpful to hear your perspective and experiences. I'm logging in to speak about the proposed access and equity policy. I'm speaking as an admissions officer in
Continue
higher
to speak up. It's just a little hard to hear you, Melanie. Sorry, you might have to yell.
I'm logging in to speak about the proposed access and equity policy. I'm speaking as an admissions officer in higher education with over 20 years of experience. There are many stakeholders that need to be consulted in considering removing honors level courses at the high school. One of those stakeholders is the guidance office. I do hope that the guidance team is given the time and space to consider the implications of removing honors courses at the high school. For anyone who has experienced the application process in recent years, whether through their own child or through another student, you know that it is a tough landscape. Competition for admission to college is steep, and this is true not just for the most elite schools, but across the board. There's a steep competition for a wide range of schools, including large state schools and schools traditionally perceived as less competitive. Providing our students the opportunity to enroll in honors courses will put our students at a disadvantage in the college application process. For a variety of reasons, I believe the greatest impact will be for students in the heart of the class. Our high flyers, those who take more than 8 AP classes, will be able to show that they challenge themselves. But for those students who take less than the most rigorous AP schedule or seek challenge through honors courses, we will be depriving them of that opportunity. Compared to students from other schools who do have honors courses. Some may say that our school profile will address this. An admissions counselor is going to review a student who has honors courses and one who does not differently, school profile notwithstanding. Talk tonight about questioning the leadership of this district, and that I would say that not consulting the guidance office and thinking about this of removing honors courses would add to that as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Melanie. We're at time. Next up is Kristen Buono. I don't know why I'm looking at it. Keith?
That community member is not online.
Did Heather Harrington ever come back on? Just want to double check.
Unfortunately not.
Okay, so then 2 more. Sean was already here, and then Shannon Cuttle.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. I'm going to be really brief. I just want to, again, extend, as I've done before, that October is Anti-Bullying Awareness Month, and that is important throughout the state of New Jersey and for everyone. I also want to implore that folks be able to give written testimony to the Anti-Bullying Task Force for the state of New Jersey. We've extended the deadline. You can now submit written testimony through November 15th at abtf@doe.nj.gov. If you have any comments or feedback, we especially want to hear from stakeholders and students and family members and educators as we're looking at trying to make determinations in our report that is due to the governor and the legislative office by the end of the year on potential recommendations. I also, again, want to extend a thank you to South Orange Maplewood and Dr. Taylor for submitting feedback as well. And also want to, again, also re-invite Somaya, please, to give feedback as well. We really would love to hear from you and all your members as well for the task force for feedback on the anti-bullying task force. And really quickly, I just want to pinpoint that the Scholastic Book Fairs recently came out and said under book banning that there is an opt-in and opt-out for diverse books for schools that want to hold Scholastic Book Fairs this year. I would really employ a South Orange and Maplewood School District, make sure that we opt in for the diverse book collection and speak out for the needing that we need diverse books and that we support banned books and diverse voices in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think that was it, right?
Okay, that concludes public speaks. Dr. Taylor, do you care to respond?
I'll be brief because of the hour, and we still have two presentations
Yeah, I know.
to come, right? Both of those are statutory and time sensitive, so we have to do both of those presentations
Do they have to be right now, or can they be before the 30th?
before the 30th.
Like on the 30th meeting?
Oh, could it be the third? Well, that meeting.
I don't know, I just
yeah.
am trying to understand.
So both of these presentations, the time requirements, I think, are before November 1st or something like that.
No worries.
We can
just carry on.
verify it, but I'm just, again, being
We'll
time
just go-
sensitive.
We'll make them quick.
So we received about 30 public speaks this evening. Normally, again, our attorney advises that I shouldn't respond on the evening of receiving these public speaks, but I do my best to try and give real-time responses when we can. So I'm going to start from the beginning of my notes, and I'll keep on going here. I don't recall Sean's last name. Balkis, thank you. Thank you, Sean, for coming. Mr. Balkis cited a couple of points that he's spoken out against the previous de-leveling in that conversation, and we thank you for coming to share your view on this first draft of this policy update. Ms. Pilgrim, I think it was Margaret. Okay. Thank you for bringing your concerns to our attention regarding, I think it was described as a tidal wave of change with us shifting from TC, and that TC could be at the core of some of the different outcomes that we're seeing between demographic groups. A lot of the comments around access and equity, I think I covered in my opening statement, so I won't go through and repeat that, but I'll just, again, reaffirm that this is the beginning of a conversation, a greater one, and much of the feedback that we received around middle school math was informed by the conversations that our STEM supervisor had with middle school teachers that really centered on reimagining math. I know that words matter, and using the word de-leveling can be upsetting for some folks, but in those conversations, renaming or re-envisioning math, thinking about middle school math, thinking about the order of middle school math, thinking about the curriculum development of it, all that is in the work that we are reviewing and will be sharing more of on October 30th. There were concerns around facilities and around school dude not being a viable option for teachers to upload or staff members to upload concerns around facilities. Thank you for bringing that to this venue because I hadn't heard that as a concern, and I'm happy to follow up with the folks who are responsible for that and physically look at school due myself to see what the delays are. There was a comment around the possibility of bringing paraprofessionals and the cost of paraprofessionals into district. I think that we've shared this a number of times, that the cost of it would require us to have significant layoffs, that paying additional, budgeting an additional $30,000 to $40,000 per person for the benefits that they will be due legally. It just couldn't be done without having a very significant layoff, which is why most of the districts that I'm familiar with also use that methodology, even though it's not our preference. And it began, gosh, I believe almost 11 years ago or so, when there was a change that came from, I believe that was Governor Christie, who shifted that funding for school districts. I didn't quite get the details of the gentleman who was sharing about the Aztec costumes and not being able to wear them. So if we have his name, I can definitely follow up and have the appropriate folks follow up around that conversation. And there were a couple of conversations around stipends, Chinese and Spanish Honor Society, as well as the support club that for Black girls at Columbia High School. Please know that adding any stipends to our contracts is a negotiable piece. Both the organization, SUMEA, and the board and myself and our attorneys who work together have to agree on that. And we have to determine what the cost or the payment for that club will be, because it will have to fit with the rest that are similar. And so I've responded to those requests. I know we just launched formally a stipend for our National Honor Society. So I'm happy to hear that there's more interest from the other honor societies to be a formal partner represented in our contracts. The vacancies in special education and inclusion classes and some of the challenges around those vacancies have been discussed repeatedly in our personnel board committees. And we've also, of course, taken outside the box approaches to try and fill those vacancies, which is a shortage that many are experiencing across the country in that realm. But we haven't given up. We're still recruiting. We're still visiting fairs. We had our own fair. We're still following up on those vacancies and not closing them out. There was a comment around special education specifically and guidance documents from that department, and I'm not familiar with that concern. I would welcome to receive more conversation on that, perhaps during our next District SAM meeting, which we had earlier last week. As a follow-up. For those concerned about the building cleanliness, please know that Mr. Burnside and also Mr. Giglio have followed up personally with Aramark about not only the quality of their work, but the ratio of staff to building size, because building size is now growing. So we should have more staff. That's part of that ratio of size to staff assignment. There was a comment about not looking for special ed teachers until close to the end of summer. And please know that as students are enrolling, we're always looking at those ratios. And when we have to create new classes, we create new vacancies that match those classes. That might be the scenario that was discussed. Regarding the construction projects and the packing up of classrooms and all those things. The process that we use is what we have used the last few years, but when there are complications, our construction managers, they anticipate the space that they're going to be using, and those are the classrooms that we ask teachers to pack. But when they open up the building and they're looking at throughout the summer, they have to sometimes expand that. It doesn't happen a lot, but when it does happen, we totally understand how it can be very upsetting, especially if they're not careful and thoughtful and taking care of those things that they have to pack up. We also have to weigh that against having teachers pack up when they don't need to, and having more folks doing that work that's not necessary. So this was the first summer that we had, I think, a significant issue with the construction company having to do more rooms than they anticipated. Thank you for sharing the pictures and the concerns around facility conditions. We'll definitely share that and follow up with that. And if you have specific room assignments or building placements, it'll make it easier and quicker for us to go and review that and report back. We've given a number of updates on transportation, so I won't do that at this time. We're targeting those updates to the families that are directly impacted. Those are all my comments at this time, Madam Vice President.
Okay, great. So next it's presentations, right?
Yes, it is. I will.
And we had set a time limit, 15 minutes per.
And we'll hold all questions until the end. Do you want me to give construction updates in the absence of Mr. Burnside, or will we just forego those?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, great. For those interested in our construction updates, Mr. Burnside is away at conference, so here are a few. The most comprehensive updates, the schools that are still under construction. Underhill Sports Complex, the PA system will be replaced by the district and the contractor will be charged for his portion of the work. All other work at Underhill is complete. Marshall School, structural steel installation is complete. Masonry wall installation has begun. We will begin installing roof drains next week, and electricians are working the second shift, which means the evening, inside the building. Montrose School, the majority of work is scheduled for summer of '24. Columbia, demolition in the B wing is completed. Rough-in of electrical and piping for the new B wing science labs is underway. Demolition in the pool area has begun this week. And for Psalms and Maplewood Middle School, a kickoff meeting will be scheduled in the next week once the contract is issued. So I'm going to introduce our presentations. Keith, we're going to start with Dr. Gilbert and Ms. Wable.
Good evening, Dr. Taylor, Board, Madam Vice Chair. I'm Dr. Kevin Gilbert. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Access and Equity.
Hi, I'm Carrie Wable, Director of Access and Equity.
So we're gonna start our presentations with, we have to do the second part of our SSDS report to you, and then we're gonna roll right into the HIB presentation. and we're going to try to not stay before you too long. So as a reminder, next slide, we are mandated by code, next slide, to present to you twice the SSDS data that we received. You received the first report on August 24th, which covered September 2022 to December 2022. And today we will go over January 2023 to June 2023 and totals. So I'll give you an update on the totals. This next slide, again, just reminds you of the various categories that are captured in SSDS. Next slide, please. These are the totals for period 2 incidents. So these are the number of incidents. For the public's edification, we will have the complete presentation available for you online, so you can actually go through and dissect this. But you can see for period 2, we had a total of 49 incidents between all the schools. 29 came under the violence category, none under the vandalism, 8 for substances, no weapons, 14 HIBs confirmed, 5 other incidents that led to removal, and 14 alleged HIBs. Next slide. For the total, in August I gave you period 1, this is period 2. The total for 22-23 was 86 total incidents, and at the bottom you can see what each category numbers showed us. Next slide, please. Just a real quick analysis. This slide shows you that most incidents did occur in our district at our high school level, and we talked about that the last time. But if you go to the next slide, please. The request was that we normalize the data, which basically means we will look at it if all the schools had the same size, where the number of our incidents occurred, and still when we normalize the data, most of those incidents still occurred in the high school. Next slide. The next couple of slides will be tree maps, and these tree maps actually give us a visualization of what the size of those incidents were and where they were. You can see where the majority, and we see that term violence, that's the term that SSDS used, but for the public's knowledge, that includes like fights and things like that that happen in our school. Next slide. There we go. Again, this is another version of the tree map that shows the different incident types. Next slide, please. And then the next 2 slides are also tree maps, but they're broken down by incidents, by the types of schools. And this is important for us because this gives us a visualization of, as we try to build school culture and climate, what are some of the areas that we need to work on inside of our schools. And so this visualization gives us an idea of what are those incidents that we have to work on. And this is divided out by our school levels. Next slide, please. Another tree map with the same kind of visualization. The next slide. So just a couple of slides to show you the analysis for the year. So here we go. We talked about this earlier, about this is our HIB analysis. Just as with the incidents that we reported, we see that most of our HIBs, again, have occurred within our high school. If you go to the next slide. And this map also, this is good, gives you both the alleged and the confirmed. So blue are the confirmed HIBs, orange are the alleged. This is a normalized map where we use that normalizing formula to kind of see if all schools were equal, what that looked like. Even though it still shows that most of the incidents still remain at the high school, you can see for our elementary levels by normalizing it, the visualization of it kind of pops out to you. But if you go to the next slide, as we compare across school levels, we see that there are less occurrence of HIBs in our elementary schools. And so this slide helps us kind of look at that. And next slide. So just a couple of slides on the data trends. This slide shows you the number of incidents per period, and then the top line shows you the trend data over the number of years. And remember, we started with our 20, make sure I get this right, our 2018, 2019 data, and we go all the way to 22, 23. You can go to the next slide because it's the same slide. But remember, we're not using the 2021 data. The 2021 data is our outlier. And this map gives you a good visualization to show you what the trend has been over the five-year trend of our school year. So, all right, next slide. I think that's the last one. This one also shows the average comparison of our incident totals. And that's that presentation. So we can take questions now, or we can go through the second presentation and just take questions on both of them. Dr. Taylor. How much now? Okay. Well, this part of the presentation is done. So if you want to turn it over to questions for those 8 minutes, I'm ready to stand for questions.
I forgot. I'm so used to Caitlin doing this. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Are there any questions? Anyone? Questions? Yes, bottom one. Thank you. And then Regina.
So, I mean, I actually have a question more than a comment more than a question. I'm very happy to see well thought out graphs and presentation of data that is more understandable. I love the rectangular tree graphs, and that's very good. And also, two things that we had asked for last time were both in here. One was a longitudinal view since 2018 to now, and the second one was normalizing and saying if all schools were equal, which one is worse? I mean, in theory, it could be with middle school that was, but it didn't happen that way. But thank you for putting in the extra effort.
Thank you.
I think actually Dr. Telesford asked this at the last one, but have we thought to break this down by month?
So that's not how it's reported.
That's not how it's
It's not reported to the state. So we only get the report through the periods. That's how the data. That's how the data we pull it down from. So.
So we don't collect it at all by month. We don't have that internal. I understand if it's reported to the state.
So when our schools report it, but they report it at different marking periods. They don't report it monthly. So that we collect the data, and then during that particular period, it's sent and it transfers over to the district. So
Got it.
I don't know if we can get the monthly data report, but we will definitely go back and try this. I know you asked about it the last time, and I was unable to do it.
Okay.
But I can push it and see where we can find it. Yeah.
Okay.
So I would just share, I think it's a portal that the incidents are placed into, and the portal spits out this information. So it's not broken up by time, from my understanding, but maybe there's a time mark in the portal, or you would probably have to do it by hand and go back through those monthly HIBs that you get and those type of things.
Yeah.
And also remember that we put our suspensions and those type of things on the website as well by month. So there's a couple, it's stored in a couple different places.
Go on, Chloe. Thanks.
I guess I'll also have a comment on that. Like, if we look at the actual school year and look at the number of incidents, they're actually not as many. So I'm not sure if we'd get as much value out of looking at it from month to month, maybe by quarter, but I think by the period 1, period 2, it really does give you a nice trend.
It's a fair point.
Yeah.
It's fair, and maybe month by month wouldn't be, but looking at it by quarter could help potentially, but it's a fair point.
Okay, looks like no more questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh.
Another 15?
Yeah, because we have to do the next presentation, right?
I'll put you back.
Thank you.
All right, so the next presentation is the HIB self-assessment, and this one has to be done because I think there's a resolution that they're voting on today on this particular presentation. So the HIB, there we go. You can go to the next slide. So this is the self-assessment for determining grades. So our schools make a self-assessment on how they feel like we've done with our HIB work, and then the state gives us a grade on it eventually. That data includes any information that happened, information based on the 22-23 school year. So looking at that, our climate teams get together, they work with our ABSs, and we talk about, you know, where we made the mark and where are some areas of improvement. Next slide, please. These are the areas that we self-assess ourselves on. Programs, approaches, training. Other things on here include how we would deal with our HIB personnel, and then our reporting are just among them. Each category is broken down with indicators and can be a total of 26 for each category. Next slide, please. This again is the monthly trajectory on what happened. So again, you all are looking at what our self-assessment is. We'll get a report at some time after January from the board, from the state on what our actual grade is, and then we'll be before you again in May talking about what our grading, or what our self-assessment grade was. Next slide. So here are the self-assessment scores. Again, this is the rubric that I talked about. 52 is what we're looking for in terms of if you meet proficiency, we should get a number 50. You should see a 52 there. The highest score schools can receive is 78, and 0 does not meet requirements. 3 means exceed requirements, and a 2 meets the requirement. Here are the self-assessment grades for 22-23. We balanced them off with the final grades that came out in 21-22 for our schools. Again, this presentation will be made available online. If you want to go in and look at a lot of individual reports, it'll be there for you. Next slide. And as we look backwards from 2018 to 2019 to the present, this is what our scoring, if you see 2023, what our self-assessment is, and we broke it down from the average. And at the bottom, you can see what the average scores were for our different schools, with all of our schools combined. Next slide. Now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Wable to talk about some of the improvements that we're going to be making and some other things.
Okay. Can you do all of them? Thank you. Okay, so a few great things. It's good to, I always like to start off with what we saw that was positive. So all of our schools exceeded expectations, so 52 or above. All schools met or exceeded around HIB and suicide, the trainings, and the week of respect, all schools scored themselves exceeds expectations. So they all got a 3 on that, which is awesome. And everyone was above the required 52. Next slide. So we did identify some areas that need improvement. So the first area is increasing learning opportunities, specifically for staff in the area of school climate, bullying prevention, and social emotional learning. The second is to examine and update student learning opportunities in the area of bullying and social emotional learning. The third one is school support for climate teams so that they get more professional development so that they can be supported in their work, as well as expanding training for and support for ABSs as well as the administrators. We did break these into 4 separate goals. So goal 1, we are providing anti-bullying specialist training. So in September, so they're getting 3 days of training this year, 3 full days. In September, they've already received the 3 trainings that, the supporting positive school climate, and looking at data we've started, but we're going to continue that in the winter. We're also going to look at patterns. So some of this is started, some of it's continuing. Administrators received all of the following special training in September. So what their role is in HIB, understanding the new policy updates in 2022, considerations for special populations, including students with disabilities, students, multilingual learners, and students with 504s, as well as what to do and how to support students after the HIB. We coordinated with the Parenting Center, so we've already done a family HIB night, but we also are going to plan on doing one for 6 through 12, because that was only for K through 5. We developed professional learning for all staff, which our anti-bullying specialists and administrators are going to lead, instead of what was done previously, either through video or a larger session. We think that having a more personal session will really help our teachers understand the process in a different way, and providing support for teachers in the area of social emotional learning. Next slide. So our second goal is updating student learning opportunities. So you all have on your spots the new curriculum for anti-bullying. It was written and created by the New Jersey Bar Foundation, who does a tremendous amount of training around bullying. And they're providing updates now yearly, so it's a great way to continue with that. So we're working with our teachers and our anti-bullying specialists over the next few months to roll that out. We're integrating social emotional learning classes in the middle school and high school. We're examining existing social emotional practices in K-5, which is continuing our work last year when we picked a framework, which is CASEL, and using CASEL framework to determine possible implementation of SEL. So the 3 best practices are to input direct instruction, integrate it into instructional practice every day, and integrate it into the curriculum. So we're looking for ways that we can do that in K-5 specifically. Goal 3 is supporting climate teams. So developing and implementing climate team training. Every school has been trained except for one, which I'm doing Friday. This training included our families who are on the climate team, as well as teachers and administrators. We also wrote a climate team manual, which was completed and provided to the climate team members, and provided climate team training specifically for our ABSs, because they run the climate team. They're the head of it as per the state law. And we worked with climate teams to examine those 3 things. And then fourth, next slide, please. So this is more about expanding training. So the ABSs are getting training on climate, but they're also getting training on specifically their role. So we did already equity in HIB investigations, understanding substantial disruption, strengthening the investigation process, and best practices in interviews. Over the next few months, we're going to do new guidance 23-24. A lot of HIB does not come from the law. It actually comes from case studies. So keeping ABSs up with the case studies is really important. And then we created the climate manual, which we said. Administrators received all of the HIB in the following, training in the following. Next slide. And one more. So we had a week of respect the first week in October. Next slide. And these are, I'm not going to read all of these to you, but these are all the highlights. For our schools did some amazing and fun things. They integrated anti-bullying lessons and just really talked about, implementing kindness and respecting others. And so there were a lot of great fun activities, but these are just some highlights. In the actual presentation, there's a slide on every school and some additional highlights of what each school did. Next slide. And just a reminder to all of our public, if there's any concerns, our anti-bullying specialists are listed here as well as on every school district website, and they can always put in a concern on our website if they think someone's being bullied. That's it.
Are there any questions from the board members? Yeah, go on.
I just wanted to say thank you so much, and it's really exciting to see the goal number 4 of just the ABS training. I know we've had a lot of conversations on that, so thank you to you both for all your hard work on this.
Thank you.
I just have one thing to say, but go on, Alyssa. Oh, no.
I was going to commend them on keeping it short. I know there was a lot that went into that, and to do so in 15 minutes. Actually, you had 5 minutes left on this one, so you guys got back a lot of time.
Listen, we can do short. You said short, we give you short. You know,
I
we aim to
greatly
please.
appreciate it.
We aim to please.
And I appreciate all the work. I know it's been a lot of hard work and effort has been put into this. It is something that the board has pushed for, and we appreciate the work that has gone into trying to make this entire process better for everybody. And that's it.
I know, I'm going to keep it short too. I just want to say, echo everything that my colleagues have said, but also I do want to state, not end on a high note, but I was very surprised to see CHS's score go down by 23%. And so I would hope that when we come back here next year, we see that number go up through all these amazing efforts that you're going to put into place. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right, we good?
Thank you so much.
All right.
Great job, thank you. Next, we have our CNI leadership, Ann Bodner, Assistant Sup, and Zoila Correa, Director of CNI, who will share NJSLA data.
Hello, good evening. Very evening. We are going to do this. So there is a presentation for you and for the public online that is probably about 100 and something slides with tons of data and comparisons and things like that. But we just decided to pull as much as we could, but we're going to go through data fast and talk about interventions a little bit more in depth. So I'm going to turn it over. I have to use reading glasses. Okay. Next slide. Okay, so the NJSLA overview, the NJSLA Student Learning Assessment, NJSLA, are statewide assessments that our students take. They show progress in our student learning standards in English, language arts, math, and science. So, thank you. In ELA, our 3rd grade through 9th grade is tested. Our math is 3rd grade up through into our high schools, up through geometry. And finally, in science is 5th, 8th, and 11th grades. So we're going to dive into ELA first. Next slide. Next one. Yeah, I think you have to hold it a little bit. Here.
Okay, that doesn't count against my time, just kidding. Okay.
Technical difficulties.
So I'm going to start. I did a lot of digging because I know that we all appreciate the good data, so bear with me. These are the number of students that tested in 2022 compared to 2023, and the difference of students actually tested at each grade level. Slide. In this slide, you'll see our comparison of SOMSD with the state of New Jersey. SOMSD is in red and New Jersey is in blue, and this is how we performed rounded to the nearest decimal point. Okay, slide. Here are the grades breakdown from 2002 to 2023 of our year over year, and you can see 2022 is in blue and 2023 is in red, and the change difference. And this is particularly to ELA, so I'm proud to say that we have been on the upward trend in the last year. Next slide, please. I decided to go a little bit deeper and go into pre-COVID, and I pulled the 2019 as we did not test in 2020 or 2021 due to the pandemic. So the last test we had was 2019. So you can see the comparison of all 3 bars here and how we did in ELA in 2019, and then the last 2 years that were post-COVID. As you can see in ELA, we're in upward trends. Here, I want to just compare how we did in the last 3 years to how the state did in the last 3 years, so you could have kind of like a gauge on how we did in terms of the, against the state. So I think we did pretty well in that comparison. And here in ELA is the breakdown of every level. So you know that it's scored on 5 levels, and the breakdown is right on top for your reference. So this is every single grade and how we did, particularly in each level. And then it gives a brief description on whether we went up in levels 4 and 5, which is what we want to see. We want to see a plus there, and in changes in 1 and 2, which we want to see negatives, because that means that we have more people passing. Next slide. And here is the breakdown for you on each school and grade. So this is grade level 3 and each of our elementary schools. Same idea, 5 levels and how they performed at each level. Next slide. Grade 4, same exact concept and how each school did. Next slide. Grade 5, next slide. And then this is our middle schools, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Again, same idea, just a breakdown of every performance level for your reference. Next slide. And of course, grade level 9 in ELA, that's our high school. Next slide. Okay, so here I want to get a little cut off, but I try to squeeze in as much as possible for you. For your reference, this is our subgroup demographics based on race and ethnicity in 2022 and 2023. So through here, we are noticing that there's some points that we really need to look at, some demographics, some groups, right, that we have been paying, noticing, and just wanted to make sure that when we get into our intervention slides, I let you know that we really looked at so many factors that can be affecting these bars, and I want to just make sure that we really focus on who in our demographics really needs that extra support, and who the ones that are doing well, what are they doing well, right? So we want to see what are we doing well, how can we grow from that? Next slide. And here are the other subgroups based on gender, based on economically disadvantaged, our students with disabilities with 504s or IEPs, and our multilingual learners. If you do not see a bar, it's probably because, well, most likely it's because there was not enough students that we can represent due to the suppression laws. Next slide.
So,
highlights.
We'll talk a little bit about highlights and notable achievements. 3rd through 9th graders achieved higher scores than those in the state. All grades demonstrated higher passing percentages in comparison to scores from spring of 2022. Between grades 3 through 5, students' scores surpassed passing percentages before the COVID era. Scores in grades 6 through 9 demonstrated an upward trend following the COVID pandemic. Between grades 3 and 9, students who achieved performance level 5 exceeding expectations exceeded the state's average for students in the corresponding categories. And one other thing that I just want to mention too is I also believe some of you know what, I'm going to let you go and we'll talk about that at the end.
Okay.
But I don't want to remember to put
All right,
it in.
next slide. Okay, this is our mathematics breakdown. Next slide. Okay, same idea. I did the same thing for math. So you have how many students tested in 2022 as compared to 2023 in all our grade levels. Notice there's no 9th grade because at that point it's either Algebra 1, Geometry, or Algebra 2 based on the course that they're in. Next slide. So again, the comparison against the state for each grade level, and as you can see, in elementary school, we seem to have an upward trend. We're doing rather well, but still need to continue to improve. And then in other grades, more towards the upper grades, we're focusing our attention to see what interventions we can do, and we will be talking about that later on in the presentation. Next slide. Okay, here's our 2022, 2023 comparison again, year over year for your reference. Next slide. And again, I did the same thing for that longitudinal data of pre-COVID and post-COVID and how we performed in mathematics prior to the pandemic. Thank you. Next slide. And again, I wanted to show the comparison of how MSD has done in the last 3 years as compared to the New Jersey in the last 3 years. Next slide. And once again, the breakdown of every level for performance levels at every grade level from 1 through 5, just in terms of grades. Go ahead, next. And then again, I show you specifically each school for the performance levels. You can skip slide. 4, go ahead, slide. So it's grade 5, go ahead. Grade 6, 7th, and 8th, which is our middle school. Next slide. Algebra 1, next slide. Geometry and Algebra 2. Next slide. And again, I wanted to show you, in terms of race and ethnicity, the breakdown of both 2022 and where we stood compared to 2023. And again, a focus that we had, really just diving into that data. And we'll talk again, like I said, in an intervention slide. Go ahead. Next slide. And our subgroups in mathematics, same thing, gender, economically disadvantaged, students with disabilities, and multilingual learners. Next slide.
Okay, so some of the notable achievements in math, 3rd through 5th graders achieved higher scores than those from the state of New Jersey. 3rd through 7th graders demonstrated higher passing percentages in comparison to scores from spring of 2022. 3rd through 7th graders' scores surpassed the passing percentage from before the COVID era.
Okay, and the last one is our NJSLA. Now, I just wanted to point out here that we have 4 levels of performance here, so there is no 5th one, there's only out of 4. Next slide. So again, the number of students that were tested. Next slide. And how SOMSD performed compared to the state, and our 11th graders really showed a huge improvement. Next slide. Our over year again in 2022 in blue and 2023 in red. Next slide. Our post and pre-COVID, again, just wanted to give you that extra data, so for your reference. Next slide. And again, how did SOMSD do compared to the state in the last 3 years? Next slide. And again, the breakdown of every performance level for your reference for grades 5, 8, and 11, which are the only grades that test science. Next slide. Here's a breakdown of grade 5 for every single school. Next slide. Here's grade 8, the 2 middle schools, and grade 11, which is our high school. Next slide. And again, the race and ethnicity breakdown for both school years for your reference. Next slide. And our other subgroups as well. Next slide.
Okay, so our notable achievements for science, 5th, 8th, and 11th graders achieved higher scores than those from the state of New Jersey. 11th graders demonstrated higher passing percentages in comparison to the scores from spring of 2022 and pre-COVID era. Slide, please. Okay, so we're bringing back the graphic that we started from last year and talking about the whole child, the SOMSD child, and to truly see real growth and intervention working, we need to layer on the supports. So we have 5 different areas that we show supports in: cultural and climate, intervention and referral, student opportunities, instruction, and programming. Slide. Here in the next few slides, we're talking about the things that we have continued from last year that we know are working, and then added beyond that. So some notable things that I just wanted to bring up is that we have starting our culturally responsive curriculum audit for all, we will be phasing it out over the process of 2 years, but we'll be focusing on ELA and math first. We've been using the Rutgers Equity Audit Report and student surveying, equity coaching plan for administrators and teachers, with the expansion of SEL work at the school level. And again, there are many other things that we are doing, but these are some highlights. Slide. Okay, our INRS and referral services. Intervention and referral is a team of professionals, teachers, and school building administrators and support staff who come together to create action plans to address a range of student learning behavior, social and health problems that might be happening. They create a plan to use to individually support a student. At this point in time, the revised INRS manual and accompanying documents have been meticulously crafted and distributed to all schools. Every INRS lead, including building assistant principals and director of counseling, has undergone comprehensive training in our updated methodologies and protocols. During that training, we performed a fishbowl demonstration of an actual intervention so that every single lead as AP or director of guidance could see exactly how an intervention meeting should look and how fast they move along, and keep making sure that we also are reaching out to parents. There is a unified understanding emphasized across all communications that INRS process serves as a preventative measure to circumvent the need for special education classification wherever feasible.
And I just want to mention, as part of this new intervention protocol, we are, as the reference of referrals come in, I have connected a spreadsheet that collects the data immediately, breaking out the subgroups, so we know from the first referrals who's being referred, and we could draw attention to it if needed.
So we all, and everyone in SLT has access to these building documents, and we can look at data in real time and see where some problems of practices might be happening, throw in our coaches to go and work with certain teachers if need be, and also planning for professional development to see where some of our weaknesses are. Okay, student opportunities. So there are many student opportunities that we have in place. One that I really want to highlight today is that We have grades 3 through 12 access to 24/7 tutoring services through tutor.com, and I really do hope that our families are taking advantage of this because it is an incredible service and it can be done at any point in time during the day, night. They have thousands of tutors ready to go. Many of our students have already started using it, which is really incredible and leveling the playing field for all of our students. We have AP Core, which is some of our students who are in minority achievement community in our Max scholars, or students of color who have chosen to take AP classes. This is a group that comes together. They create study skills. Teachers go and do some work. Okay, 1 minute, I'm throwing it through. And then we have group and individual counseling sessions. Instruction, so we have cross-level visits. We've been doing a lot of cross-articulation between 5th grade and 6th grade and 8th grade and 9th grade. We have our new math instructional program and our pilot for phonics. Again, there's plenty of other things. Instructional programming, we are continuing to look at our humanities classes between social studies and ELA in the 9th grade and looking to expand them. We have our Max Scholars and Cougar Academy CHS intervention, which we are looking at and really changing it up this year because we knew that it needed a lot of supports to support our students who are struggling.
Unfortunately, we don't have time to do dynamic learning maps, but it's in your packets.
Please do look.
Please do look, as this is a very important population.
Dynamic learning maps, because it's the end part. Oop, we
And
had
that
it
was
15
time.
minutes on there. We kept looking. Okay, questions?
Thank you so much. Any questions? Arun, yes?
Two things. First is, I'm not familiar with, what is the fishbowl?
So what we do is, what we ended up doing is, actually the team at Clinton, a lot of the people, the INRS team, a lot of the people who are on the team and continue to be on the team was from the team that I created when I was an assistant principal there. Zoila came in and a few new fresh faces, but we asked them to come and we asked one of our teachers to come to talk about one of the students who was actually struggling, and they watched all the assistant principals and people who lead in the intervention, they watched the intervention happening in real time, and then were able to ask questions afterwards and get a little bit more understanding, but they saw what a really effective INRS looks like.
And I just want to point out that we were referenced by Dr. Fergus as being, that should be replicated by various schools. So if you look it up, he said it, and I said, let's do it then, because they are a phenomenal team.
It was really
Shout out to
effective,
Clinton.
and I think they really appreciated it, because anyone who was not quite sure got a real understanding of what it should look like. And we will be monitoring. We'll be going in and helping and supporting, not so much, we want to be a support. We don't want to come in and looking as we're monitoring, but we really want to help them to be really effective.
And our assistant principals are very interested in this work. So it was a very exciting meeting. We were very revived.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll just go all the way down.
Okay. So I was looking at the scores, or at least for the test scores for the algebra 2, and geometry. And I noticed that you give it's not based on grade, but based on the first time they've taken that course.
Correct.
Are we able to get a breakdown of the grade levels that students are taking?
Who took what, when they took it?
Yeah,
Do you
so
mean?
like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely can. I mean, we would have to go into PAN, but yeah, no. I mean, honestly, what I specifically did as an add-on, I love data. I'm a big data person, so I created a course profiles kind of thing. So every teacher, the administrator is going to give them who's sitting in their class right now and how they did in each domain of the mathematics. So this way, this can drive their instruction and their lesson planning, right? So they'll know right away, right in front of their face, how each student did, particularly in each domain of either math, ELA, or science.
Yeah.
Yes, the second question I had was, I also looked at the kind of the achievement gap. I guess when people compare the scores of black and white students, and I noticed that at least at the 3, 4, and 5, at least in ELA, it seems as though there is a gap, but it's stable, and then it tends to drift more when you're in middle school. In math, it's similar, but yeah, you see this more dramatic shift in the middle school.
Yeah.
Is that something that your staff will be looking more at?
That we have been really looking at every data point that we could, looking at standards, looking at curriculum, understanding that, making sure that all of our standards are being taught within the school year, how we do our acceleration, where our
Scope
teachers
and
are expected
sequence.
to teach 2 years of standards in 1 year, how we can make that a little bit more, like what can we do to make it more accessible to all of our kids? These are all things that we are researching. We dig, we find something more, and we start to see a different thing come up and change our way of thinking, all of these different things. So we're in this actively in the research process. One of the really good things that one piece of data that I think and that everyone has access to in the district, teachers, administrators, everything, is what Zoila was talking about. She created, she is our data person for sure, but she created spreadsheets for everyone that showed, one, their previous class and their current class. So it compared, it broke it all down by every single standard. What standards are they not getting and they're not getting enough of? So it helps us with curriculum revisions, so we know where we might need to go in and do a little bit more. But it also compares classroom grades to what they're scoring, so we can see, like, okay, they might be getting A's here, but why isn't it
Correlating
resonating
into
into
data.
our testing scores? So we're really starting to pull back the layers and understand what's going on. Our Ms. Parcio, our
STEM supervisor.
supervisor, has been working with the math department in the middle school and the high school significantly this year. At all department meetings, she's been pulling them together to kind of get an understanding of what they're seeing, and so that when we can bring all of these pieces together to really understand what's happening, and create plans that are going to help our students over the course, that it's going to take a long time. We know 5 years is change, but it might be 10 years. There's things that have to come in place and responsibilities that we have to take to make sure that we're doing this, any change.
I did reach out to each building. We've been talking with the administration. I want to be able to, but time is a thing. But I want to meet with the math teachers of the middle school and high school. I do realize how hard they're working. They're really working hard. So are ELA teachers and all our teachers. So I want to hear from them. I want to know what resources they need, right? But everything takes a little time. Gathering every teacher of a department, we might have to wait for a PLC meeting, right? But the intention is there. I'm trying to provide them all the data that they can start looking at. So when we have those PLC meetings, if that's possible, then we can continue the conversation. So we're
just starting this way. We are really
have
working hard and digging deep and pulling back the layers to understand what's going on.
And please
but like you
review
said,
the other, I spent a long time for each school, so please review the data, but just so you could use it as a reference.
Alyssa, you want to? Oh, Bill, did you want to? No? Okay.
I'm going to keep it short. I appreciate the work and all the data that was given to us, but it was 100 pages, and I was given it on Monday night, and I'm going to say I had less than 48 hours to review it all. So I can't provide too much for you in terms of my really looking in depth into it. And moving forward, I would hope, as we have asked many times, that we do get this information to come through committee, C&I committee and other committees before this happens, so that we can really dive into the data.
Mm-hmm.
The data that I looked at and what I saw doesn't surprise me. It's been the same for years and years and years here. So nothing's really changed. But I would hope moving forward that we could make sure that we really get to see, you did a great job on the data, but I need to be able to digest it in a more timely manner.
I think what's promising is seeing that there was, since in the last 4 years that Dr. Bean Folks has been here, she has been working on improving the ELA programs and everything that we're doing. And we're in year 4, and we're really seeing
an upward trend.
That change, and that her work has been to find the best programs, the best for phonics, the best for spelling, the best for vocabulary, and bringing it together to make a cohesive program. And now we are actually seeing results, and that's exactly, in ELA for sure. And that's what we plan on doing with math, is to dig deep and find those pieces that we need to do to put it together, whatever that may be.
I don't know if the board's done, to that, yeah, that's fine, go for it. And then I know we have other board members that want to.
Just one quick small addition. I try to stay out of the presentations because our folks are so great what they're doing. I would only push back on the comment that nothing has really changed, because I think one of the keys that we try to highlight here is that the big concern about COVID and its long-term impact, that in many of our grades, we are surpassing our pre-COVID outputs. Testing is not everything. We know that it's a singular part of the whole child, but that is a point that we're very proud of, and I wanted to just emphasize that.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. So it's great to see the new intervention and referral services manual. Just a couple questions about that. I had questions about the training, but I saw that in the presentation. Will the manual be emailed to families, and will it also be made available online that includes the full bank of services? And I ask this because sometimes parents might notice a challenge even if an educator doesn't. And so if they know, okay, I can go online and find what steps I can take and what services my child could have, I think that that would be really helpful. So is that something you guys intend to do?
One of our plans is to make a family or a parent brochure. And
Okay.
I'll put it up. I think it's a lot of edu-speak in the manual because it was, the audience is for educators and administrators. But that is in our plan, is to create something so that parents know that this is something that they can bring. If they're worried about something that's going on with their child, they can bring it to the team. It does not have to be a school employee to do that.
And that's near and dear to my heart as a mother of a special needs child. Often at Clinton, I knew that parents didn't know the difference between INRS, 504, and IEP. So that's something definitely in the works. We just started together a few months ago. So please know that there's a lot in the works. I'm very excited about the work. I'm very passionate about the work with Ms. Bodner. So it's coming, absolutely.
Yeah, that's great, because
Yeah.
when I go to other public school districts, they have that.
100% they need that. They deserve that. It's their right.
And then one of the things regarding the math scores, it started in third grade where we saw a steady decline from grade 3 through grade 8 in math in particular, with Black students who met or exceeded expectations. So with this new revised INRS process, how will the district measure the efficacy of meeting the needs of students earlier on in their education, so that, because the decline is pretty big between, if you look at third grade to fifth grade, or eighth grade, sorry, but it's steady over that time. So what will we be doing to look at that?
There's going to be multi-measures, right? Because we're going to look at NJSLA. Now we have kind of like what the classroom profiles are. We're bringing in a screening tool for multiple different grades, as we've shared in CNI, that can kind of give us another gauge of where how the student thinks and how they process information. We're also going to look at what teachers talk about as the referrals come in, and I'm looking at those graphs and I'm seeing if there's a high referral in a particular class, particular grade, particular teacher, we're going in, what's going on, how can we help, what do you need from us, what's the support that you're looking for? So there's multiple measures. It's not a one-time answer, a one-thing answer, but please know that yes, we're looking.
Yeah, and our hope is to create profiles of our students so that we can take all the information and all the pieces to kind
Like a
of layer
baseball
it up
card,
and look
kinda
at them
let
as
us-
a whole, rather than just looking at a piece and a piece and a piece and a piece. Because
Right.
this data that we gave you is nothing if we don't have the other pieces too, like the information of how they're doing in class itself and their report card grades and our what is it, the Naglieri assessment. Like all of these things give us information about a student. But I think more so what's powerful than anything is the information and data that we're getting from INRS, because it can help us with
Right away.
building goals, academically behaviorally what's going on, what are the things that we at each individual school, maybe even at a grade level, what are the things that we need to do? So it breaks it down so much. Like, well, oh, we're seeing that some of our kids are really struggling with phonics, different, phonemic awareness. So we know that that might be something in that school particularly that we need to make sure that we get more intervention, more support at that school. And for the teachers, we can bring coaches in, they can do professional development in that sense.
Yep, I'm bringing the instructional coaches are very involved with me. We're talking all the time in terms of how, how can we support the teachers? Tell us, because at the end of the day, the teachers are right. They are the ones in the classroom, right?
They're
So
a gauge.
let us know, so we can come through.
And they keep everything confidential, but they are a gauge of giving us of what's out there.
Like the major pulse.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I have two more questions, one for you guys and one for Dr. Taylor. So regarding tutor.com,
Mhm.
are you able to capture how many students are participating based on school, grade level, and demographic?
How long, what kind of
How
support they
long
have?
they've been
Okay.
on, we can, the teachers have the ability to watch the session,
Okay.
right? They can look at the whiteboard and see exactly what's going on. They also, one of the good things that I did not realize was happening until we actually got it in, but I think it's a major plus, is a tutor can write an email to us saying, you might want the teacher just to go over this again. And so if they feel like they're not really grasping it, or they're spending an enormous amount of time trying to, to tutor a student on a specific topic, they will send an email and it goes to the principal, who gives it to the teacher and say, hey, you might want to go over this again. And it gives them the whole conversation back and forth. You can hear it audio or anything that you need.
Okay.
So it really is an amazing tool what they give us.
Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, it'd be great to see how many students are doing it and if
Yeah,
more
it's going up.
communication
I
has to
checked
go
a
out.
lot.
It keeps
Okay.
going up, so it's exciting.
And it's been steadily going up. I think back to school night, one of the things we did ask for teachers to do is talk about it. We gave a video to show teachers how to teach the kids to get on. And if anybody, I've had a parent or two reach out to me, and I've walked them through it, and I've asked principals to ask the teacher to walk through it with their student to make sure that they go away. So we're trying to be really proactive and help them, because it really is an incredible resource.
Okay, thank you so much. And then my
Sure.
final question is regarding the INRS manual and like the accompanying documentation. Will that be sent to Dr. Fergus to take a look at and make sure as far as compliance goes for the settlement? Because that's one of the 23 recommendations. Will he be reviewing that as part of this upcoming quarterly meeting?
So the part of the quarterly monitoring meeting is us showing things to him. I sent a few emails to our council last couple of days, just getting more information on when is the quarterly meeting, what counts as the quarterly meeting towards the settlement language. And we also are putting this in your Friday packet as well. So you will have it to view. I have no objection to sending it to him. My question are really about the timing, right? Normalizing the timing of when are quarterly meetings, when do they start? Is it part of the summer scheduling as well? And we talked about the December and January reporting out. We consolidated those into January, and it's now part of your annual agenda that's posted on the website today. So as soon as I get those responses back from David and Patrick, we're very comfortable to move forward.
Sure.
I think that's all the questions, yes? Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great job, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor.
Okay, we are now going to transition to our committee report outs. First is going to be Board Member Eckert for Personnel, and then myself, then C&I, Policy, and then Special Service and Data by Kwawi. Thanks.
The Personnel Committee met on Monday, October 9th. Board members Whitletter, Wright, and I were in attendance. Board member Wingfield was absent. Our meeting was brief, so I'll keep it short. As usual, we kicked off the meeting reviewing personnel resolutions. Just a few highlights. A board member had asked about staff replacements. Mr. Adedoyan discussed the challenges around some of these staff replacement positions, as many of them aren't a full year. We did discuss the Montrose principal retirement. Thanks for many years of service. But at the moment, there are really no updates as to filling the position. Dr. Taylor has mentioned that he is in communication with ASCA and will come up with a plan that causes the least disruption. If you recall, at our last board meeting, we had approved Mr. Leroy Johnson to be the interim principal, splitting his time between his normal position as supervisor of preschool education. We did not really get around to discussing the vacancies report, as it was only sent a few hours prior to the meeting. Mr. Adedoyan has been traveling for some conferences, so totally understand. So we're going to take a bit of a deeper dive at the next committee meeting. We also discussed a more improved format so that it'll be easier to chart trends and easier to recognize where to focus attention on. Arun and Kwawi, I think you'd be happy to hear that, and maybe we could also kind of have cross discussion in the data committee as to how we can create some sort of template to make it easier moving forward. We tabled the discussion around teacher retention to our next meeting. Administration is still working on some more concrete details that they can share with the committee. And we closed out discussing the auditorium manager position, which has the support from both FFT and personnel, given the financial investments we are making in our equipment and auditoriums. The district will work on a job description that will likely be ready for review at the November meeting. Our next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, November 21st. Any questions?
Just a quick comment. I mean, I appreciate that you have looked at the position of an auditorium manager, because it was very clear to us when we were talking about this in FFT that if you're going to spend so much money, literally millions of dollars on our auditorium, like the lighting and everything else, it makes sense to bring in a professional, even if it is part-time, to make sure that our investment lasts longer, as opposed to leaving it open-ended and every 5 years kind of replacing the equipment. Thanks.
Agreed, and that's what the district also said, was they were just going to also evaluate and research whether it's part-time, full-time, whatever it may be. So we'll see what they come up with at our next meeting. Thank you.
Okay, for FFT, on October 10th, 2023, the FFT committee met and all board members were present. For transportation, Janine Burns from Sussex Co-op visited to review the subscription transportation process and survey best practices. We discussed keeping it simple with yes, no interest in the service and adding a school attendance, grade, and neighborhood to track trends if we were to send this survey out. It would cost $1,300 per student per year to transport them in the district if it were not to be subsidized. Free and reduced students would be able to ride for free. I noted that if we were going to provide subscription transportation, then our buses needed to be on time consistently, which brought us on to our next topic of our bus contracts. Board members shared some of the chaotic situations, hour-long wait times, missing students, bus drivers getting lost and not having maps, parents chasing after buses, buses being chronically late. These items were not previously known to Janine, and she said if the district wants to impose penalties to the buses, they have to have a process of reporting these ongoing issues to Sussex to support the claims. Next steps, district to deliver updates regularly to Sussex when there are major bus issues. Improve on alerts to the district when there is a delay or substitute, which can be communicated to parents in real time. Janine will discuss with all parties to get it straightened out. Sussex wants to get ongoing updates from the district on the issues with our buses and will facilitate a meeting with all stakeholders to discuss service improvements. Additionally, we asked the BA to provide stats on transportation costs, ridership overall, especially for kindergarten placements, and how the III is impacting transportation costs, as the Year 2 ALBS report suggested they speak with the district's transportation department to align, and this has not taken place as of yet. District confirmed they will do so. Long-range facility plan and Board of School estimate. We discussed the deficit. The total remaining costs currently add up to $28,738,710, which includes cushion and soft costs and a 2-year escalation. God, not 10. So yeah, 2-year escalation. The costs include South Orange Middle School, Columbia High School Guidance Suite, Columbia High School classroom alterations, and Ritzer Field. I questioned again why the SOMS balance keeps going up, because in July we were told the costs for SOMS would be around 10 million plus, and we needed an itemized list of this bid, which we just received this week. The SOMS repairs include ADA upgrades, security upgrades, doors and hardware, creation of a staff room, stair finish upgrades, HVAC and electrical upgrades. For Board of School estimate, we discussed what additional measures were being taken by the district to fund long-range facility plan to support the district goal of exhausting all measures by December 1. At the time of the meeting, New Jersey Assemblywoman Mila Jacey, the New Jersey Department of Ed Commissioner Angelica Allen McMillan, and County Superintendent Joseph Zara had all received letters from the superintendent asking for financial support. We asked about the current long-range facility plan budget balance to understand the remaining funds of what have not been used from the allocated CHS budget. At the time, they were closing out projects and looking at averages and underpayments. So I just sent the board that information today, and we will also send it to the Board of School estimate leaders I'm not going to go through everything that we discussed because I know we are short on time. I do want to mention the ROD grants that were discussed. We received $3,475,108 from the state, which can only be used for school roofs. The local share the district has to contribute is a little bit more than $5 million. In order to get that $3 million, I know a community member today spoke about leaking in some of the schools, and was it Tuscan? I don't remember if it was Tucson or, yeah. So although long-range facility plan included some minimal roof work, those were for priority schools, and the secondary schools did not receive roof work through the long-range facility plan, and those schools were Clinton, Delia Bolden, Seth Boyden, Tuscan, and South Mountain Annex. So through the ROD grant, we could get those roofs fixed. We asked how those roofs were looking, and they will need replacement in the next 3 to 5 years. So we had decided in FFT that it would make the most sense to move forward with this, and we would have to use money from our, where is it? Why am I missing my place here? Capital funds. And we do have money in the capital funds account, but that's where it would have to be taken from. So that'll be something that the board will have to approve. For policies, as you've already seen, we have updated 8600.1 hazardous routes to include Sloan and 3rd Street because of the current situation with construction. And then finally, I'll just share that we reviewed our legal bill analysis that our BA has done. I know it's taken a lot of work, and we appreciate them taking the time to do it. And we have seen our legal fees increase from this school year, $586,973 versus, or excuse me, that was from the 2022-23 school year versus $361,231 in the 2021-22 school year. So we discussed the increase, and further, we've asked for further investigation, digging into the general counsel fees increase and types of cases that are happening, especially as it relates to special ed related cases. And we also asked for settlement numbers to be put into consideration because that wasn't in this chart. And also, I forgot to send an email, but I will be sending out email to the team to see if you have any additional questions. I'm going to send the chart. Yeah. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I can share the transportation numbers that we talked about with the municipal leaders today, if you would like for me to.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, very brief. As of today, the number of new this year, pre-K through 5th grade in-district riders between 1.25 and 2 miles is now 490 kids. These are 490 students who would not have qualified previously. Last year, we had a total pre-K through 5, 449 students being transported. Our new number this year is 956 pre-K through 5. So that number is more than doubled last year's number. Last year we had 22 total buses. This year we had 34 buses in service, obviously a 12 bus increase. We had 136 routes this year. There were 92 routes for students pre-K through 12 last year. The route, for those who don't know, a route is the equivalent of a bus one-way trip, right? So if you divide it in half, basically. So just quick update to numbers to date.
Thank you. Questions?
Can you send that to the board? I tried to get it.
I will. I just wanted to say it for the public. I will definitely send it to you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I just commenting on your report out. I'm really happy to hear that the district is finally going to look into, I think it was one of the year 2 ELVS recommendations to put somebody in their group in touch with transportation before assignments go out. I mean, I think if there's any year that we have seen that it's so important that we start to look at that. And if it happens before assignment goes out, then we're not going to have all of these issues. But I think, I just have to say, what still continues to go on with transportation is really troubling to me. I mean, we've heard the numbers that we've more than doubled the students that we're transporting, and I'm not saying it's an easy feat, but the fact that students are still getting to school anywhere between 15 minutes late to 2 hours late, it's just, at this point, we're over a month into school, and it's it's unacceptable to me, and I'm sorry, I'm just very, it's very troubling to me because it not only affects those students, but it affects the students that are in the classroom, it affects the teachers, and it's simply just unfair. So what I try to think about is what are the things that we control? We don't control the buses, we don't own them. We don't control the bus drivers. There is a shortage. In my mind, that's going to be happening in perpetuity. So as we think about how we handle the assignments and how the ELVS group, who we're paying them as consultants, can help us and kind of drive some of the, follow through with some of those recommendations, I just want to stress how important I think that really is as we think about, it's October already. We're going to start this registration process in January. So I think it's really important that we make it a top priority.
Hi, I have a quick question. I had asked for a list of the fines that we had assigned to the buses because Dr. Taylor had stated in emails sent out to parents that we would be fining the bus drivers. I never got a list of that. Is that something that we have done?
Not this year, though, so far, right?
I know that we've fined in the past. I don't have a list for this year. We'll make a request of Mr. Burnside to see what has been done, if any, and we'll share with the board. I believe it was in the list of Friday package that was shared.
You shared the contract.
Yeah, you shared a contract.
One of the things, yeah, so as far as the last meeting, it seemed like there hadn't been any.
So it seems that there's.
Sorry, I just wanted to add, and I was going to go, here's my transportation notes. Basically, when we asked about the contract and the language in the contract, because the contract itself did not have language about fining the bus companies. However, they said that it was in the bid itself, and that there's penalty clauses that are related to bid specifications. So the bid specifications call for penalties for unlicensed drivers, equipment that they promise that they don't have, cameras aren't working, GPS doesn't work. Those are what they would call significant penalties that would require recourse. It's the last thing you want to do as far as penalties of withholding pay, because then we run the risk that the driver's not going to come at all. So she cautioned on that, and so I just wanted to make sure that that's sort of like the last quiver.
I appreciate that, you getting back to me on that, but I also think like you've lost kids, you deserve to be penalized. I'm sorry, I have no, like we have to start doing something, and to hear that it is October now and we haven't done anything just reiterates my concerns about the situation and about us continuing to call it a success. It is not a success. It will never be a success until we get all of our students to school on time, safely, every day. And we're not at that point yet.
Yeah, to your point, that is why one of the next steps is to first try to bring everyone together and to have a conversation to try to avoid having to go that route. And I appreciate that Janine had mentioned it, and I reiterated to Janine that we had already asked for that in September, and that the BA and the superintendent had confirmed that they would make that happen. So it is a next step. It'll be on every upcoming FFT agenda to be discussed until it happens, and then we'll have a recap of that meeting. But yeah, I think that's one of the most important things, is that we try to continue to foster a relationship with the companies and the bus drivers, because we just don't have it. And that's a priority.
Just a quick response. I want to just thank the board president for your recollection. That was a long meeting, but talking about the severity of things that are in the bid for fining include like having buses that don't meet regulations, having unlicensed drivers, all those things are definitely accurate. And I'm sharing the update that I just gave with the full board.
Kwawe, you had your hand raised. Okay. Thank you. All right, so that, Arun? Yep, thanks.
So I just want to amplify a couple of things that you mentioned. I think that was very good. It may have gotten lost in the long, it was a big meeting. So number one is subscriptions. The reason why we're looking at that and we have a number for it and all that is, at least in my view, it is extremely important to have it in our back pocket Because, I mean, who knows what's going to happen a year down the line where we may not have the budget to bus everyone else, and at least that way we will have a subscription-based system ready in place. And just to kind of caveat that with, I know you gave a dollar number, but that also includes that anyone who is on free or reduced lunch won't have to pay that. So that's baked into the number. So just want to clarify that. And the second thing is the long-range facilities plan amount. I mean, it is a big amount, and it should scare. It scares me. It should scare all of us. It's like some $20-odd million. And the good thing is that we're meeting the Board of School Estimates. I mean, as in the president and the FFT chair will be part of that meeting on November 28th, I believe. And that's an important meeting where we can walk up there and talk to our municipal partners and see what can be done.
But that's great. But the municipal partners have nothing to do with helping us with expense items, even though they did. I don't know how legal that was in giving us money for transportation. And we're in trouble now because we got rid of our bus drivers and we got rid of our buses. And we're not going to get better until we get someone who knows exactly what they're doing, because it was the drivers who did the hazardous routes and things like that, and would go around and look at things, and who knew our children, knew their families, and so we did that. So now, until we get back to the point where we get somebody in transportation who knows exactly what they're doing, we're going to continue to experience these horrible, horrendous situations for these babies. I'm just so glad that I don't have any children sitting waiting for those buses. I don't know where I'm just so upset, because this all could have been avoided. And it's not getting any better. Every day I'm waiting, I'm looking at emails, it's going to be some improvement. There's going to be some improvement. And when this woman sat here and talked about the situation and the stress, and I understand it. I'm out trying to help people who can't get to work and stuff. This is the most ridiculous thing ever, getting to school on time. Our children are missing their education. We're sitting here making excuses. I said before, the house is on fire, and we're saying, do you smell the smoke? I can't say it enough. Get some experience in here and get these babies to school on time. Somebody do something, aside from talk. Sick of the rhetoric. Do something.
Yeah, I guess my question is, we always talk about these outsourced drivers. What percentage of our drivers were in district prior to our outsourcing all of our routes? And then secondly, what is the cost? And is that something that was explored? What was the cost to have everyone in-house? Because those are significant questions.
Yes.
So is that something that was explored?
Yes.
The year that we decided to end courtesy transportation? Because
It was asked and never responded to. I'm still asking, what is the difference in what we've spent for transportation now as versus what we would have been spending had we kept our drivers and our fleet?
Well, no, but that's not my question, because from what I understood, most of our fleet was already outsourced.
Some was.
But
our children getting to school, we had our own drivers most of our athletic and school trips and things of that nature in our school buses. But we didn't have these issues at all.
So based on my recollections from the FFT meetings from last year, 80% of our buses service was already outsourced about 6, 7, 8 years back. This is not a recent thing that happened. The only bus service that we had in-house was for special education, which we outsourced last year. So let's clarify this and put this out there. I mean, I'm not judging one way or the other, but talking about having our own fleet of buses and our own drivers hasn't happened in 8 years. So, it's not something that happened over the last 2 years.
We only had trouble when we outsourced. How about that?
I mean, 8 years is a long time. I mean, the only person who was on the board 8 years back was you. I mean, maybe you should have done something, yeah?
I want to be mindful.
And inappropriate. And she did speak out against it 8 years ago.
And will continue.
I will also
speak, Mr. You know everything.
Yeah, let's try to
I don't care.
Try to not put each other down. and I know we need to move on. But the last thing I will say is, I just want to wrap this up and say that to Regina's reiteration of my readout, the integration does pose some challenges, and I think that getting more stakeholders involved when it comes to our placement analysis, making sure that we are staying in the 5% variance while also looking at where our children are coming from and how they're being transported. There will be a lot of key learnings this year, and so I'm glad that the district has agreed to have both parties come together. So now we'll have Alyssa and CNI. Thank you.
Sure. Hi. The CNI committee convened on October 11th with full attendance from all committee members. The meeting covered several significant updates and discussions. So I'll try to keep it as brief as I can, but it was so long I had to add a number of things. District goal update. The committee received an update on the district goals, specifically the anti-bullying specialists receiving training on the HIB practices, which we were discussed tonight. The RNRS manual we discussed, that it's now mandatory, and they did some trainings with the assistant principals and the people who oversee it. We do have an approval for a resolution for TC training up for tonight. A resolution up for approval centers on the Teachers College training. This marks the final year of a 3-year contract with TC, focusing on providing training for non-tenured teachers on specific TC content still in use. The intention is to transition away from TC in the future, although contractual obligations prevented immediate termination. Policy updates. Policies slated for second read were deemed ready for approval with no proposed changes. However, some of the first read policies raised questions that required clarification before proceeding. Notably, the committee spent considerable time discussing the access and equity policy. The majority of the committee, Regina, Nubia, and myself, did not believe that it was ready for first read. Concerns were raised about unincorporated changes, including the definition of non-leveled and rigor. Additionally, a requested presentation on the detailed implementation of de-leveling and relevant data has not been provided to the board. The committee was supposed to hear a presentation given to the policy committee about the district's vision for math, but the administration felt that they needed more time to add more information, and it was not ready for us to see. Despite the majority of the CNI committee not supporting moving it to the first read, it ultimately was Dr. Taylor's decision as to if he wanted to put it up for first read, and he chose to do so. Freshman Academy scheduling. Discussions also revolved around the Freshman Academy scheduling, revealing that it will only take place Tuesdays and Fridays. This differed from the initial plan of 5 days a week, communicated by the administration during the spring and early summer to the community and board. The administration stated that, quote, they were caught off guard with the need for a sidebar agreement and were under the impression that they would have enough teachers to make it work prior to school starting. The goal is to transition to a 5-day-a-week Freshman Academy schedule next year. Concerns were brought to the board's attention this weekend about the availability of teachers for sophomores to seniors during the first period conference time, which the administration led the board to believe would be accessible 5 days a week. This is the first the board heard about these issues, and the committee pledges to investigate this further during our next meeting. 7th grade financial literacy curriculum. Teachers expressed concerns that the 7th grade financial literacy curriculum, as they are set to teach in the second half of the school year, they haven't received any curriculum or any training. It was noted that the administration is actively working on addressing this issue. Canvas turn-in times. The committee spoke briefly about the fact that the default setting on turning in assignments on Canvas, is 11:59 p.m. and while that may be appropriate for high school students, it might not be appropriate for middle school students. The administration stated that if parents had concerns, they should reach out to the building principals. Credit recovery report. The committee is still waiting the credit recovery report and anticipates receiving it in the near future. NJSLA presentation. It was not ready for the committee to review prior and was told that they would have it to us by Monday. Information from tonight's Public Speaks. There is a lot that we learned tonight from the teachers and the public tonight that is in contradiction to what the board has been told, including continued issues with the Freshman Academy, issues with the new math curriculum, math teachers' views on de-leveling, no academic supports in the math grades 3 through 5, resources not being provided to teachers like outdated textbooks and social studies. And also special education issues, including the lack of department meetings and the lack of staff, which I hope that they will be discussed in the Special Education Committee. But please know that you are heard, and I personally will be adding all of these items to the next agenda for discussion and will report out at the next board meeting the conversation that was had. I appreciate you letting us know these issues. I do have one more aside from something that was brought up tonight, which is the Scholastic Book Fairs. I have personally already spoken out about this new opt-in for diverse book policy, and I will continue to advocate for this to change along with many of my fellow school librarians. I am urging the school district to follow our right to read resolution that was recently passed along with policy 2530 to make sure we have diverse books at all of our book fairs. I am also adding this to the agenda for our meeting to see if there are other options for book fairs, including working with Words or other independent bookstores, which could personalize our book selection more. Our next meeting is November 13th. Questions? Nope. Oh, yes.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm extremely worried about the chronic absenteeism at CHS, and I'm upset that this topic was not addressed in the last C&I committee meeting this month because it wasn't made available to the board by the scheduled committee meeting date for discussion this month. When we talk about CHS being in crisis, last year in the 2022-23 school year, CHS had a total of 678 students who received an NC, or a no credit mark, which means for a full course year, a student had 18 cumulative absences in the school year.
Over 18.
Over 18, sorry. 678 students, that represents over a third of our total student body at CHS. And this number, by the way, took into account students who completed in-school credit recovery activities. It didn't include students who took summer school. Hopefully that 678 has since come down. But that 678 number, when you break it down further by demographic, 55% of those students were Black students, which is disproportionately high to the total number of Black students we have in the district. So I'm extremely upset that we're in October. We don't know what the plan is to address this. So I'd really like the district to tell the board how we're going to address chronic absenteeism in the high school in this 2023-24 school year.
Thank you.
Okay, the policy committee met October 3rd at 6:30 with President Whittler, board members Malaspina, Telesford, and myself present. We have 10 policies up for first read and 11 policies up for second read and adoption. We were given a presentation by administration, Reframing Math, the Path to Calculus, a method to support all student success. The presentation was done by the STEM supervisor in support of proposed policy 57551, access and equity. The purpose of the presentation was to share that other districts throughout New Jersey are doing regarding math program, what methods are being remedied for students in secondary schools to succeed in their studies. With that said, the bulk of the committee meeting was spent discussing policy 57551, excess and equity, which is up for first read tonight. There was feedback and concern about specific language in the policy that highlights academic integration. Some board members suggested that it be removed until additional data be provided to the board. It was decided that the policy be presented for first read for feedback from the board and community stakeholders. Lastly, in new business, We discussed policy 5120, assignment of students in policy 5124, internal transfers, both of which were updated to incorporate guidance from the Alves Group and the board attorney. The committee adjourned at 9:18. And that is it. If anyone has questions.
So I see that, I mean, I don't know if you want to talk about this now or while we're voting, but the 5460.02 has been abolished, and which probably may be fine, but is it because New Jersey State has phased out the program, or is it any other reason? Okay. And in 5102, this is the one that has the intentional integration. And so there is language in there that talks about as recommended by our consultant, the Alves Group, we want to change it. Can we have the data or recommendation that they actually provided so that before the second reads, so that we can take that and kind of incorporate that into our decision making so that we can do that next time?
Yeah, I agree. I actually, again, I don't know, this might not be the right forum for it, but I do want to talk a little bit more about that policy as well. I mean, it definitely is there as a recommendation, but what we've seen here is not, I don't think, what has been envisioned. So I think we should talk more about it, but we definitely have that, yes.
For our committees haven't met this month yet before this board meeting, so they're going to be meeting later in the month.
Okay, Dr. Taylor, we're ready for the action portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Madam VP. Board members, we have several resolutions for you that will be in the hand carry portion. You've already voted on 4531. So your general consideration will be 4523 through 4532 minus 4531 that you've already taken
Right.
action on. Once that is done, we will move to the hand carry portion.
Oh, sorry. Can we sever 4529?
I thought we didn't have a hand carry. Also,
4529 severed. Are there any other requests?
A&E. Also, I don't think we have it. Oh, that hand carry.
Yeah, we have a
yes,
few
yes.
hand carries, including the Seth Boyden grant for
Yes,
the
yes,
trees and
thanks
those
for
things,
that.
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
They'll come around shortly.
I'm confused. The hand carry is separate. That's not part of what you are
That is
doing
correct.
right now.
Right now, what's severed is 4529, and you've already voted on 4531. Do I have a second?
Second.
No other requests for severing, just confirming?
Who said second?
I think you.
I said second. Oh, either one, it's fine. Thank you for diligently taking the notes. Yeah, thank you. So we are now open for discussion on those.
On 4523 through 4532 minus 4529 and 4531. It's a lot.
Okay, Arun, yes?
So I guess this is a good time to bring up 5102 is for first reads or second reads? I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. Give me a second. If it's for first reads, then, my previous comment stands. I don't have anything more to say.
She said for everything else, but 4529.
Abolish all the policies.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, all
Excellent.
policies are
Thanks.
in that.
We severed it. We'll discuss it in a minute.
So right now,
we're discussing 4523 through 4532.
Excluding 4529 and
which is just
4531.
policies. So we'll talk about policies after. So that's all the other stuff. So any comments on any of the other things? No? Okay. Then can you please take the roll call?
Board President Whitlitter,
Yes.
Board Member Wright, Board Member Malaspina,
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford,
Yes.
Board Member Deval Wilson,
Yes.
Board Member Gifford,
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield,
Yes.
Board Member Eckert.
Yes.
Motion's passed.
The severed resolution is 4529.
Okay, open for discussion.
We need a second.
Oh, sorry, second. Yep.
Second.
So we're now open for discussion. Who would like to go? Arun, you had raised your hand earlier. Oh, sorry. Huawei?
I guess I'm confused. Are we discussing
Policies
the
now.
policies up for second read? Because that's what we're taking action on.
All
so-
policies can be discussed. We have first reads that people have feedback on and questions, so if you
Right.
want to ask a question or comment?
Right, I'm just confused since we're not taking action on them. Why?
Because there's still policies to discuss. For example, Arun said he had some feedback on the wait list policy. So that can be discussed at this time, just as always when we have a first read.
Okay, I guess I'll start with the wait list policy. I know the ALVS group had some reservations about actually enacting anything because they were afraid that it was going to unravel all the work we've done on the III. So I'm wondering if this policy is ready to go, or should we have some more consultation on this?
So when, for those who were, maybe weren't there when I gave the recap, their concern was really a large rollout of this consideration. And when the board and I discussed what their original recommendation was, I think there was a consensus that that was too large of an undertaking. So I think there was an agreement on both the ALVS group and also the board to take a smaller approach at this consideration with the pilot approach, as I had mentioned earlier in my comments. We have plans to work with them on the development of this for future presentations of where we are. I think that one of the biggest questions when you're doing this work is opt-in or opt-out, right? Because it makes it much, much larger when you have, the former. And that's also their concern. They expressed that they want to make sure that whatever we came up with their expertise, that we would be sure that we wouldn't be unraveling the work that, we and they are very proud of.
Regina, I know you wanted, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate all the meetings and discussions that you've had with the ALVS group. I mean, it was a year two recommendation, and I think, because they've seen the back and forth, I highly disagree about the notion that it would unravel. I mean, if you look at all of the other districts that they work with, they all have an opt-in wait list transfer option, which is what I personally, but I think I've got some support here, is what I had asked about in March of 2023. I do think it does deserve a little bit more conversation, because while I recognize they say like a pilot program, I don't necessarily feel the need to define that in the policy, but rather, we are going to implement this for the 2024-25 school year, which actually, if you look at some of the models like Cambridge, that would mean actually putting together a plan starting now, because the registration period starts in January as the assignments are being, and all of that stuff, and figuring out what are the windows in which the assignment goes out, you have a period in which you are able to opt in to get on a wait list for your next school. So I don't agree that it's a pilot per se. I think what I would like to do is, I would like to talk more about the last line that was put in about, an equitable, unbiased proposal, that it doesn't undermine the intent of III. Listen, we all agree that we're all in support of the III. Every single district that the ALVS groups work with, we have a little bit of different methodology of our assignment, but we're all there. So because this obviously came up quickly based on their last recommendation, I don't believe it's even went through policy yet. So I think that would be like the next, the next step in discussion in committee. But I personally don't agree with calling it a pilot program. This is what we are going to roll out for the 24-25 school year.
Sure, and I can share with you why I wrote that in there from our conversations. It wasn't to undermine that process. It was to not put such a specific guideline in there because we're going to work through what it's going to be, right? Some of the previous language that we were batting around in policy had a lot of specified steps in the process, and we're still in that development stage, like what you just said. When do you do what's the window for notifications? Is there more than one window for notifications? ELL and special services spaces staying, out of this availability. All those different things were things that we're working through with them. I just wanted to make sure that the board knew that what we were writing down in here isn't the final destination. And part of their recommendation was, after a year of implementation, let's finalize it because we can learn from that first year of working through the kinks and things that were expected, and also the beta tests that will run before we get to next year as well. Meaning, similar to what we did with the unpairing of Marshall and Bolden, what would have happened if we had done this last year, right? If we did it for the entering kindergartners, what would have been the unintended consequences? Would there have been any consequences, right? Because part of the learning in our discussions, I think that wait lists equaling transfer aren't really the same thing, right? That in their models, from my understanding, the wait list is automatic, right? If you're not your closest school and a spot opens and you're the random number, you get the offer. You say no, you never get the offer again, and it goes to the next number. And that's versus a parent expressing that they would prefer to be at their closest school and putting their name into consideration. So I think that was kind of the rub between how they normally do this and what we believe is most appropriate for what we're hearing from our parents. But again, I'm open to more discussions. And one of my updates that I was going to share this evening before we got too long is that we've set a date for the next town hall with the Marshall Bolden second graders. I've been working with the leaders over there, so the rising third graders for next year. And the IELTS group has agreed to support us with that work too, to share what their beta test showed, to share the comparison between the beta test and what we actually did last year. Remember, we did a little bit different because we included parent choice because that was not an integration grade. Now it is an integration grade. They've already been through the algorithm. So we're in constant conversation with them about this work. And I can also invite them to an upcoming policy committee to talk more about this particular policy as we're working through it. And whatever recommendations that come from the board, of course, will be considered.
Okay, thanks. I know that Quali had his hand raised, and then Caitlin hasn't spoken yet. I wanted to say something, and then Arun. Thank you.
I guess my question is, since this is only a first read, of course, and we don't really have a full implementation plan, are you suggesting that we should just wait for adoption until we actually have a full implementation plan before we adopt the policy fully? Or is it something that we can adopt the policy and then we still work through the implementation and still make adjustments and changes?
So I believe that there's a commitment from the board, I think, for us to do what we can to best fit this process that's a part of other integration plans that aren't quite like ours, but have some of the same goals. And I'm committed to, doing that. And that's why the language was a little bit more vague, just to allow space for the outcome of all the work that we're doing and make sure that part of the concern, I think, also with the OWLS group, and I'm paraphrasing, they've been involved with lots of lawsuits around this stuff, right? So they understand the the need for us to be rock solid when it comes to student placement methodology. And so I'm comfortable with the way it reads. I'm also open to more feedback. And I think that the OWLS group is very excited to support us as we move towards that journey.
Thank you. Caitlin? My comment was the word undermine. The last sentence, last of the board of course expects an equitable, unbiased proposal that after review and testing does not undermine the intent of III. I think that's a very subjective word, and I think we should be a bit more intentional. The protocol is that we have a 5% variance, and I think that that is the language that should be in here so that there's no confusion.
What we can do is crosswalk that section to the policy that has the variance in it.
Yeah.
And so thank you for that recommendation.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks. All right, Caitlin.
One
go on.
final thing is, sorry, did the ALVS group, I mean, they have all the data, right? So when we got the ALVS report, it included withdrawal data through the end of December of 2022. And at that time, just in the kindergarten year 2 placements, there were 27 withdrawals. 63% of those withdrawals were students who were not white, which was a very high percentage. Can't they just look at what happened last year? That's not a guarantee what's going to happen going forward, but run an exercise of how they would have managed. I don't know how many students ended up withdrawing after December, but we know 27 withdrew in the first half of last year, of running an exercise to make sure that they could do this and keep within the variances. Like, they have all the data, so why can't they
Right.
do that exercise?
Well, I think that there's a leap to say that those students who withdrew because they could not transfer. That would be a leap. But what I would also say is transferring has an impact on the destination and also where you left. And so part of their analysis is what activates that space that opens up. And from their perspective and conversations with me, it would be under-enrolled spaces, right? So let's say we expected 22 kindergartners in classroom A, but at the whatever mark, say the mark is October 15th, we check in and that classroom is under-enrolled. That creates the space for a wait list transfer because that space is not being held for ELL or special services yet. And so then they would do an analysis with us on looking at the equity results of the schools as they are and the grade levels as they are. What happens when that student is considered for that move? Does it change the variance outside of the 5% allowance in either space? And so that would happen for every allowable destination spot.
I cannot speak on the policy, but I can speak on the fact that I think because I can't vote on this policy, do we need to sever this?
It's first read, so you're not voting on it.
Yes, it's okay.
So I'm okay with,
From my
We don't
understanding.
officially.
I just want to make sure I'm legally okay here. I don't want to get in any trouble.
I mean, it's weird because it's kind of, okay. All right, Arun, I thought you wanted to, yeah, okay.
Your district protocol or your board protocol to this point has been to not take a vote on first read policies. So the minutes don't record, and I've looked back at July, they don't record votes on first read. So what will go in the minutes is just the vote as it pertains to the second read policies. So that's where it is for tonight. So you are not taking a vote on that policy.
So couple of comments on, on this whole process is that in theory, I have nothing against this, having a wait list and having this process of having a like for like swap. I mean, at least to me, it kind of makes sense. But there are a lot of people who I've talked to who think this is going to unravel the III. There are, okay? I mean, you can't discount them. So I think that language in there just kind of affirms to them that that is what our intent is. So you can change that, but I know many, many people who just do not accept the fact that if you have a wait list, it'll do something to the algorithm. So So that's my kind of feedback to you, is not necessarily kind of blowing that data, I mean, that language away, but maybe modifying it to kind of do that, right? So that's one. The second thing is I do like Caitlin's idea. I mean, there is nothing stopping us from taking last year's data, and instead of worrying about people have applied for it, just assume that everybody wants to go to the nearest school and do a swap and see how many people would have been swapped. No, I don't know what the number is. I mean, I just based on my gut feeling, I can't imagine it to be a lot, because if 25, 30% of the people are always going to a away school, how many will do? I don't know. But I think that's a very easy exercise to do with last year's data, with the caveat that, anybody who could have gone to the nearest school would have gone to the nearest school, and see if those swaps would work.
So I think part of what we talked about was the beta tests for last year's data would first depend on the design of what we're looking at, right? Maybe even multiple designs comparing the outcomes. And so what you're describing is if every student who was not at their closest school, let's just take a round guess, 70%, just say that number. And so 70% of kids who are not at their closest school, that's just a guesstimate for this exercise, then each of those 70 students, each of the 70% of the placement's about 450 kids or so. So you're talking about maybe 300 and some odd, 380, somewhere in there, who would receive random numbers. And then when the analysis was complete and there was a destination available, it would go to the applicable student whose closest school that is, right? Because that universe of 380 kids, they have different closest schools. So they aren't all vying for the same school. And so all those things, I think, are generally describe how they have done this in the past. And I think that what we discussed before, that was not what we thought would address the concern that we're dealing with, which is a couple of dozen, maybe, families who have generally expressed concern or request, or it makes their life easier to live somewhere else. So I think that the beta tests can include those different designs, and we are aligned to work on it and share our findings.
Anything else? I had a comment about the other policy, 5124, internal student transfers. Article D mentions hardships, and I think that, I personally think that it's inappropriate to have this in here still. Hardship does not include childcare needs, transportation, work hours, and peer group placement. And I think we've already seen from some of our challenges with transportation that parents getting to work is a major hardship. Our taxes are high here, and I think it's a slap in the face to our families to tell them that we think them getting to work is not reason for their child to be able to get to school, if that is an issue for them. So my suggestion is to just take that last sentence out and keep it with whether the applicant has family hardship needs, which shall be reviewed on a case-by-case basis, and leave it at that.
I'm just going to second that. And I'm third.
So that is the language that was already there, and I'm comfortable with sending that to policy for consideration, for sure.
Thank you. Yes, Chloe?
But I guess if you change that language, then who decides what is hardship? Case-by-case basis, but then that introduces the ability to bias, so is that?
I don't think it's the board's role to tell parents that getting to work is not a hardship.
But
And that,
then-
and I think, and it's a hard stop. I think it's just a hard stop. Otherwise, then you would need to add into here, what are all the hardships? Because at this point, it looks like we're not giving anyone any, other than maybe a parent no longer being alive to be able to get their child to school.
Well,
So with that said, I think it needs to be removed. And I'm happy to discuss adding in hardships, but not telling people what is not a hardship.
Just a note that if we're talking about 1E, that falls under the Seth Boyden piece. the former demonstration methodology, right?
That was the other thing that
Okay.
we looked at, and we realized that shouldn't be in here anymore,
It's,
right?
it's aging out, right?
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
There are still kids who were at Seth Boyd who were placed via that methodology, but it will age out. And so we can talk more about that in policy as well.
Great, thank you. Any other policies? Regina?
Yes, I want to talk about 5575.1, access and equity. I feel compared to share, honestly, the same feedback I've shared for the past 4 weeks in the past 2 CNI committee meetings and the last board meeting. So apologies for repeating myself at this point, and it is midnight or past midnight, but hey, maybe fourth time's the charm. I absolutely do not support this policy revision. This policy proposal would be one of the biggest and most monumental policy revisions in our district in recent history, and it's not something that can be easily fixed if it's not properly implemented. We still need to see a detailed plan as to how the district envisions this will all work. Where's the data that shows that previous de-leveling efforts in our district have actually improved student outcomes? Why aren't we focusing on building a stronger foundation at the elementary level, where it all begins? Second, we are still in the middle of implementing the III and are still experiencing major issues with transportation. It's not a success. The long-range facilities plan, a new elementary math curriculum, and to that point, I think we heard there's actually a lot of issues with it right now. Piloting a new K-3 ELA curriculum, and now the Fergus recommendations. We just recently had to extend our settlement agreement for 3 years because the work wasn't completed in the original timeframe. And Dr. Taylor, you said it right after that meeting, we have a lot of work to do. Last, we don't have any stakeholder feedback. Teachers, building administration, students, the community, none of this has happened at this point, unless, of course, you call public speaks tonight community engagement and stakeholder feedback. I personally don't consider that. This policy feels like it's being bulldozed through, disregarding a policy process that was just recently revised a few months ago, a process in which a policy going up for first read should mostly be fully baked and have at a minimum majority buy-in, but I think we've heard that coming out of committee, a number of folks didn't support it. But we don't have that. We don't have a detailed plan, data to support this, or the financial resources. Board members' questions are still unanswered, as I understand it. I believe that we, the board, teachers, students, the community, we deserve more information and transparency. This is not a policy that can simply be revised over the course of a few weeks. I mean, we just started talking about a wait list transfer policy that I started the conversation March of 2023, and it's mid-October. That's 7 months later. Huge initiatives like this take time and need to be implemented with intention. And as my fellow board member, Johanna, said at the last board meeting, this is a distraction from all of the work that we need to get done. I think we can all agree that our students deserve better than this. That's all.
I see Bill and Alyssa. Yes, thank you.
Okay. My intent to put the access and equity policy forward to first read as policy chair was to buttress our equity efforts and provide a blueprint to arrive at a place where all of our students are held to a high standard. De-leveling for myself and other board members is a strategy we wanted to revisit. I also think it's important to note while pieces of the policy draw from the Fergus recommendations, this policy is not meant to be the answer to Dr. Fergus's recommendation. That work starts on October 30th with the Fergus Implementation Committee. I recognize this was not one of Dr. Fergus's recommendations, but that doesn't mean we can't investigate it as a solution for our district. I agree with Dr. Fergus's statement to the Village Green that detracking is a complicated process one that will likely take significant time. In the Chicago suburb of Oak Park, Illinois, for example, a district that has had success with de-leveling pitched the idea to the community for 3 years before implementing it. I also agree with Dr. Fergus's statement. What we need to be mindful of and not to be too worried about is that having heterogeneous groupings in classrooms is going to be a lift for the adults, but it is that it is what kids need for their learning exposure, meaning that which some of us have suffered through in terms of being segregated academically, we want to do better for our kids so they don't get limited exposure points of having that type of academic segregation. This effort is not about lowering the bar, it's about raising it for everyone. That is also why the policy maintains AP courses. That said, like my fellow board members and many in the community, I also want us to seriously engage all stakeholders to make sure a plan like this is well thought out and prepared for to be properly implemented. On a personal note, I have had several conversations with educators leading up to this meeting. A range of views and experience shared with me do give me pause. For instance, we see the achievement gap really begin to emerge in the 3rd grade where classes are not leveled. There's a serious argument that if we can't tackle this issue, how can we expect these students to compete on an equal footing in a de-leveled environment? Essentially, if we can't do A, B, C, how do we get to X, Y, Z? And that's it.
Alyssa, thank you.
I appreciate some of your comments, Bill, especially around concerns related to the implementation and also the need for stakeholder discussion. I think that is, I have made my points clear. I talked about most of them in the C&I readout. I'm not going to go over it again. I'm just going to say we are putting the cart before the horse. We need to start to really think about this, make sure we are doing it correctly. I have grave concerns about a number of issues that I have stated over and over again. And I do not believe and will continue to not believe that the process hasn't been followed right and that we need more information before moving something like this forward. Sorry, it's 12:30, almost.
Arun and then Caitlin. Are you sure? Okay.
I think the missing piece to all of this is that a lot of the feedback over the last 2 months has come from board members. And so, Dr. Taylor, you put this on the agenda this evening. Can you please speak to the board about why you put it on the agenda and why you believe it's ready for first read? Because one of the questions I asked in the policy committee, which I would still like to get answered, is I'm a 6th grade student. I'm going into middle school. What does my educational experience look like in the classroom? And what is the experience for the teachers?
Yes, so I know that there was a real urgent want to limit the presentations for this evening. And so when I offered to give our presentation tonight, understandably so, it was suggested that it wait until the 30th. And so I'll be ready, willing, and able to answer anything on that topic that evening. I think what I've shared at the beginning and the statement that I read is the extent of what I'm able to share at this time.
So sorry, just really quick, because the 30th is not a presentation to talk about deleveling. That's the Fergus Implementation Committee where we're talking about recommendations. From what I was told, because you and I didn't have this conversation, but you were looking to create a presentation around your vision, which completely supportive of. But the point is, you put this up for first read, and we didn't have a presentation prior, which was a request by almost every board member here to see the data, because as was told by our attorney and in this policy process, best practices is that this is completely vetted in every facet before it gets to first read. And the idea is that when it's at first read, it's almost ready for second read. There would be minor changes, because if you make significant changes, then it goes back up for first read again, which we try to avoid. So my point is, why do you think, I just really want to know, you brought this to the board, why do you think it's ready for the board to review and to push through?
I understand your follow-up. My previous answer is my answer.
Okay, Arun.
So as we're adding more detail to this policy, a couple of things that I want to see personally. I mean, this is my kind of a view of, I definitely want to see a guarantee that the students can study calculus in high school. And that's like, to me, that's the most basic requirement, because we have to address student excellence, and all students who want to study for engineering, STEM, finance, or any other quantitative field must do calculus in high school. That means that if you want to do calculus in high school, even assuming 12th grade, you need to do pre-algebra in 7th grade, algebra 1 in 8th grade, geometry in 9th grade, algebra 2 in 10th grade, pre-calculus in 11th grade, and calculus in 12th grade. So these are already pre-required classes that you cannot deviate from. So we need to make sure that that is available to everyone and also allow for individual acceleration of kids who have a natural aptitude or are willing to work harder. That's number one. The second point, which is actually as important as the first point, is that our community has a huge number of art students. We have people who are, dance majors, music majors, whatever, fine arts, all of that stuff, who really don't care about calculus. Let's be realistic. Not because they don't have the aptitude, but they just focused on other things. So therefore, we need to have a path for them to follow, which does not have calculus. So that basically means that they would probably, I'm guessing, would do algebra 1 in 9th grade, geometry in 10th grade, yes, and algebra 2 in 11th grade, and that's it. No pre-calculus, no math. In fact, we heard from a teacher that many people take discrete math because they don't want to do calculus. So these are kind of the two things that I really want to see in there. Now, I mean, how we kind of massage it and put it in there is fine. Looking at the policy document, I mean, about 80% of it is just common sense. I mean, I have no problems with that. It reads like, yes, it's long and it's got many definitions and edu-speak, which I'm not exactly the expert on, but it sounds okay. So this is probably the one that is most, I guess, evokes raw emotions in people. So we need to make sure that it gets done.
Alyssa, did you have something?
I agree. I also want to point out that my son was one of those children who was not passionate about math, so he didn't take a 12th grade math, and he struggled in math, so he would need a lower level. Like, there's just kids that need that. I was one of those kids where I just don't believe in the ability to not have something like that available to our students. And also, my child was a child that knew that he wanted to go into sports media. In South Orange Maplewood, we don't have any APs in that area. We had honors. We had honors sports journalism. We had honors journalism classes. We have honors TV production classes. But if you get rid of those, then my child, who is succeeding really incredibly at Ithaca College, thanks to what happened here, might not have gotten into Ithaca because he would have had a transcript that had no honors on it. And we have to think about these consequences when we start to do this. There are consequences to removing honors levels courses. That's what the school districts are looking for. That's what the colleges are looking for. They want to know what they've taken. And to do something like that, especially for children that might not be math or science, is problematic. So I really, yet again, state that we really need to think about these consequences and get a good written document in place before we move this forward. And I do think the community and teachers have spoken greatly about the fact that there needs to be some changes.
Arun, you said something.
So, I mean, yes, I gave a big statement about what I'm looking for, but that does not mean that I'm going to take against all the stuff that is in there. I mean, a lot of it makes sense, okay? I mean, I just wanted to point out the de-leveling part, and I don't think anyone is talking about taking away courses, or at least not from what I have heard. I mean, no one's taking away any particular course that people want to follow. I mean, anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Go on, Kawhi, and then I'll have something to say.
I guess the point here is that this is a first read, and we don't have a full implementation plan, yet, this seems to be a pattern we do follow. We have a first read policy, we get input, we make sure that it is fully prepared if we're going to fully adopt this. And yeah, that's that.
I disagree with that because this is on the same level as our intentional integration initiative, which had a host of stakeholders involved and community forums before there was a policy. So I do beg to differ there, and I would say that the leveling is on the same level as that type of magnitude of a change for our district. I don't want to reiterate, I agree with what my fellow Regina, Kayla, Melissa, I mean, Bill, I appreciate that you've even said that you are now getting some pause when it comes to thinking about pushing this forward because you've started to speak with teachers. And I hope that our superintendent and other administrators do that as well, because I haven't heard that that's happened yet. What I will say, just to add another perspective, so I'm not reiterating what I already agree with that has been said against this policy, it's that we have an access and equity district goal, and I just can't fathom fulfilling this district goal with this policy in 4 to 6 weeks. We should be working on this policy in tandem with all of the other things that are in this goal, which discusses intentional integration supports, recruitment and retention, restorative justice, culture and climate, school-based funding plans, deleveling costs money. We haven't even discussed that in FFT, mostly because we're too busy discussing that we don't have any money for a long-range facility plan. But with that said, I just can't imagine that in 4 to 6 weeks, we think we can have an access and equity policy before even achieving our access and equity goal of a strategic plan before the end of next school year, or by the end of next school year, or this school year rather. And so in my mind, I see that this policy would actually be more appropriate to be a first read, like maybe we're looking at it in the summer, after we've finished that one-year plan and seen what needs to be done, and also had more months looking at our Dr. Fergus recommendations so that everything dovetails together. I'm not saying that the other items on this 7-page document are not things that I agree or disagree with. I think those things are lovely, but it's based on 2 board members' opinions of what needs to happen and not the full district fulfilling their goal from an access and equity perspective. And that is another issue that I have with this policy being a first read tonight.
Yeah, I think everybody knows how I feel about this policy. Being involved and looking at this, you know, when you were back in high school, Mr. Gifford, it was the thing. Everybody was trying to find some way, you know, to help our students who weren't succeeding. We found that this was not the way in which to do it. And I think, I don't know if you guys were in the district at that time, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around the fact that, you know, how do you come up with a conclusion that it wasn't worthy of a discussion with the board, with the administration, right, with the teachers? How did you come to the conclusion that all of those constituencies weren't worthy of input, Dr. Taylor? I'm just trying, and the bottom line is we don't need this right now. It's a distraction. I'll say it until I leave this earth. It is a distraction to keep us from doing the things that we need to do for our students. Dr. Fergus has let us know what it is that we need to do, and who are we to tell him that he's wrong and we need you to look at something else, because that's what we're doing. And I'm sitting here and I'm watching this white privilege up close. When this black man comes and tells us what we need to do to help these students, who has the degrees and all the expertise necessary to get things done, and we're gonna sit here and question him. We're gonna question his authority when we haven't done a damn thing to get things moving in 4 years. 4 years. And I say to you, Bill, and I say to you, Dr. Tellis Ford, that it was teachers like myself and like the teachers who you saw in this room who made sure that you got a thorough and efficient education, because we fought for you. We fought for everyone here, as you know, and hearing these teachers tonight was really distressing. And to know that they're not involved in this, because they would have to deliver this curriculum, which we don't have. You know, and that's the biggest thing with this, is curriculum. And we don't have a curriculum writing team that I've seen that has the bandwidth, to get this done, nor do we have the experienced staff to get this done, nor administration. So what we're looking at here is, Bill, what's that? I can't think of the guy's name. He had a song that says, "Nothing from nothing leaves nothing." And that's what we have, nothing. We have nothing in front of us except words, beautiful words. We always have them, but no implementation. There's no action in the plan in terms of what we're going to do. I think we need to just dissolve this so we can get to the business of educating our children the way they should be educated and involve our staff and everybody else that's involved, especially our stakeholders and our taxpayers. And as I said, this does not come cheaply. We're spending a lot of money for this. And if I can go back to Mr. Vladimati, when he talked about the buses and things, you need to know that I have always advocated for bus drivers, and I was told by the superintendent and by the board attorney that I could not vote or talk or discuss buses because it was a negotiations item that was part of SOMEA. However, we know that that is not true. So I have always advocated to keep the bus drivers then and now. Even though I didn't have a voice, my voice was raised when I said, I don't have a vote, but if I did, I would keep our drivers because it's too important to our babies, our children, the little ones. And so we have all the people in the room to tell me if this is not true, and if you're saying, Rocio, that this was not a part of negotiations, or it was a part of negotiations. Look, somebody's lying. I'm trying to be the lie detector. That's all.
Ms. Wright, I was also silenced in that, too, and not allowed to talk.
Caitlin?
So you know.
Oh.
I think that there's board consensus that this policy is just not ready for a first read. So with that, I'd like to amend Resolution 4529 and strike Policy 5755.1, Access and Equity, from the resolution. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, if you're in favor, please raise your hand.
Yes.
Okay.
Kwame, did you have something you wanted to say?
What?
Kwame, was there something you
I
wanted to
had
say?
my hand raised from.
Sorry, I did not see your hand raised. Go on ahead.
Well, that
And then-
passed. That will be
No,
stricken.
I'm sorry, hang on.
Right,
If you
right.
made a motion to do something, we need to have a discussion on the motion. You can't just randomly say, make a motion, put your hands up, let's pass. That's not how it works. So let's do it right. I mean, you don't need to be so scared that,
That's
you
fine.
lose
It
the
happened
vote.
very quickly, but
I mean,
I
this is
also want
crazy.
Kwame to have a chance to say what he wanted to say, because I didn't notice his hand.
One second. I had a motion by the board president to amend 4529 to remove, I think it's 5575.1, and there were 3 seconds. So I'm just gonna, does anyone want to?
But it's
Okay.
not actually a thing we're taking action on.
Yeah, I know, I
And then the amendment is now before the board, and so it's comments and questions on the amendment.
5575.
Yeah.
Sorry, so I do not see 5755.1 as part of that resolution. I don't understand. It's first reads. It cannot be part of a resolution. You cannot vote on stuff that is not in a resolution. So I'm very confused what you're trying to do.
We're making up rules.
Yeah, so it is, though. And the reason I say it is, even though I know that your minutes don't ultimately reflect it, it's in the agenda and it's listed as a first read under that motion. And so being stricken, the effect of this motion will be that it's not getting past first read.
But we don't vote for first read, so I don't even understand how we can strike something that you can't vote on.
But then all of your policies should just go straight to second read, which you can't do because it violates your bylaw. So I can read it to you.
No, I read it while we were sitting out there, but I'm looking at the resolution 4529, which is what we are referring to. Nowhere in this resolution do I see 5755.1.
Last one. It's
Last one, number
Yeah, it's the
10,
last
all
one
the
on
way
the
at the
second page.
bottom.
Am I looking at the right thing?
Yes, if you see it, it's below Bridge Year Pilot Program, and then above that is 5124.
4529 A to K.
then down.
No, the resolution. What resolution are you trying to pass or vote for?
The resolution that was pending was 4529.
4529 A to K. That's what I'm looking at. I mean, something's changing behind me.
So on the agenda that I have, and I'm looking at the printed out one, it's got second read A through K, and then
Yes.
it's got first read 1 through 10.
Okay, I don't see the attachment in the attachment. It doesn't say that. When you go to the attachments
If
page,
you look at,
there's a
our
resolution.
agenda, Arun, it's right there. under-
Okay, I believe you. I
I'm
believe
looking
you.
at the
If you
physical
say
agenda.
that's fine. Okay, so what you're saying is that first reads are part of the resolution, and we want to yank that out and not vote for it. That's what we're saying.
Exactly.
Your bylaw says that the board has to approve policies in consecutive meetings to pass a policy.
Yes, agreed.
And so, in my mind, and again, I'm not the attorney that gave you the advice that you don't have to vote on first reads. I don't understand how there's no possibility to prevent a first read from moving on. That's inconsistent with my understanding of the plain reading of your bylaw. And so the action here that I understand is essentially to make this not get past first read. I do think the board is empowered to vote on something like that.
So clarification is that starting now, are we suggesting that every first reads goes through a vote?
So we would have that discussion. I've had a discussion like that with the board president about making it, but again, not just springing it on you, just going through the process to go and explain that to the policy committee. That the way I read your bylaw, it says it has to be approved. And I don't know how you approve things without voting on it.
No. The bylaw says the board presents the draft to the superintendent, and who presents the draft to the board back again after its changes as first reads. That's what it says.
So,
and there is no action to be taken.
Bylaw 131 says bylaws, policies, and regulations may be adopted and revised at any meeting of the board, provided the proposed adoption or revision has been approved at a previous meeting of the board.
Yes.
So, how do you prove things without voting on them is the question in my mind.
We've never done that, so I mean, you
Right,
tell me.
and again, I've only been here 6 months now. So what I understand is that there's a board consensus that to not move this forward past first read. That's why this motion is being made right now.
And just to finalize things, Kwame, was there anything else you wanted to say? Because you didn't,
I think it's kind of pointless now, but
well, it's up to you.
if this, then why are we moving forward 5120 then, or the 5120, that one's not ready.
It's identical. There's no difference between
We're,
5120.
we, if you,
Half-assed things.
I mean, we've discussed edits on that, and we all kind of seem to have a consensus on those edits, and the rule is when they're edits, they're
I
made,
guess we should
and then
wait,
it goes
I think we should
back.
just wait until we have a full implementation plan before we move it forward for first read.
So a fair motion to make, if you want to make to motion to amend, however, there is a motion to amend pending. So once that motion to amend is resolved, certainly you're free to make another motion to amend.
That's fine.
Make the motion. Okay, so
Do we need to
All right,
vote?
so the motion right now pending is to amend this to eliminate
Yes.
first read number 10 from 4529.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can we vote on that?
Thank you. Do we need to vote?
Yes, it would be all in favor, it's a voice vote.
All in favor? Aye.
Any nays, abstentions?
Sorry, but this is what?
So the motion to amend passes, so 5575.1 is not part of 4529 anymore.
It's an amend. It's not a vote on the.
Yes, just a minute.
So now,
Yes.
so that passes, it's not part of it, 4529 is still pending, it just doesn't have 5575, which will mean it's going to go back to policy committee.
Are we ready to move on to vote on 4529?
We have to vote on everything. Yeah.
Yes?
Or you want to make a motion,
Yeah, I'll make a motion to
Chloe?
amend 4529 to, I guess, strike 5120 and 5124.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Courtney?
Okay. Questions, comments on the motion?
Actually, the only comment I have is instead of having this convoluted way of voting for every first reads, which seems a little backward, I mean, we should look into, I mean, obviously there'll be changes involved. We should look into having a committee recommending something coming out or not. Again, I don't know. I mean, that there are pluses and minuses on both sides. You know, if the committee is filled with a bunch of, radicals, then nothing comes out of the committee. So there is some advantage in having it at the whole board level. But I think we need to weigh one versus the other. I mean, we have, 30 first reads right now. We're not going to sit and vote on every one of them.
Yeah, to that point, actually, 5124 and 5120 were never given to committee. It was just given to us directly from Dr. Taylor, and this was the first night that we all got to give our feedback. And I think it was good feedback that was given, but I'm just letting you know that this wasn't given to CNI, and it wasn't given to,
Well, then
it wasn't
should
in-
go to CNI. I don't understand. I mean, we have a process.
You need to ask Dr. Taylor that.
No, I can share, the
Actually, hang on.
previous
Hang on.
version was.
Hang on. But there's one comment I want to make about throwing it all on Dr. Taylor.
Vote.
He is not
It's
the
time
board.
to vote.
We are the board. And then
Excuse-
I can talk. I don't care how late it is. It's important. We are the board. We make policies. We pick and choose what goes forward. So
No, we don't. Clearly, we don't.
Well, Dr. Taylor is
I'm
actually
sorry.
the final
Then
say on
you should have
that.
spoken up and taken the
I
power
did
back.
speak up numerous times.
Arun.
So anyway, the point is, we now have asked to amend it to take it out, so we need to vote on if it's going to be taken out or not.
It cannot be first reads. It never
It
went
is
to
a first
committee.
read, just like our access and
I don't
equity
get
was a
it. We have a
first
process,
read,
right? It goes
because
to
Dr.
committee, it
Taylor
goes to
put it
policy.
in.
He put it in.
I mean, he's the last word. So with that said, it needs to be voted on. You severed it.
Are you suggesting that he has so much power over the board that he can
That
do
is,
whatever he
yes,
wants?
that is
No.
what,
Didn't you just?
Stop it.
But that's why we have an access,
You seem like small school
but that's
kids
why
saying,
the
"Oh my
AME
God, I have no
policy was
power."
on
What
here
are you
in the
talking
first
about?
place, because he put it on.
Okay, Patrick, can you clarify that Dr. Taylor can put something on the agenda, or, sorry, the superintendent can put something on the agenda without board consensus or approval?
So you're.
Because that's essentially what you
The
told me.
law provides that the superintendent makes recommendations to the board for approval. So the superintendent makes the agenda in collaboration with the board president, but the superintendent has the say to put it on there without the agreement of the board president.
So that's what happened.
So with that said, can we vote now, please?
Can we
Thank you.
vote?
This is the motion to strike
No.
board policy 5120.
And 5124.
Hold on.
Oh, is it 51242?
They asked for both, yes.
Yeah.
I don't want to complicate this, but when was 5124 part of your application? It was not.
No.
It was 5120, correct?
He asked for both.
You want both? Let's just do both.
Just do
Yeah.
both. Just do both.
Yeah, 7 and 8. Yeah, that's fine.
All in favor? Nay?
No.
Abstentions? Motion does not pass. You still have 4529 pending.
Yeah, the rest of 4529. Yes.
Ready to move that?
Yes.
We're going to do a roll call on this one. Board Member Deval Wilson.
Yes.
Board Member Eckert.
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina.
Yes.
Board Member Whitleter.
Yes.
Board Member Gifford.
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield.
Yes.
Board Member Wright. Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
Board Member Telesford.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Quick question from, believe it or not, Liana and Cassandra stay up watching these meetings until the very end because they're making notes on the agenda. Because we never had a policy struck before for action, does it reflect on as a strike through or is it just removed from the action?
It's just going to be, it doesn't get past
Doesn't
first
exist.
read. Yeah, it's going to go back to policy committee now.
Okay.
It cannot advance to a future agenda as a second read. That's the effect of this was.
Okay, thank you. Board members, we do have we finally voted on the agenda? I mean, the resolution? We good? Okay. We have hand carries that I'll bring around for you one at a time. Ready?
Yeah.
This is your first hand carry. Board members, your first hand carry is 4534. Do we have a second?
Second. Okay, this
Discussion?
is HIB appeal 4468, meaning we cannot have discussion on it, so let's just have the vote. This is HIB appeal 44, oh yes, resolution
Yes.
4534, yes.
Sorry.
Board President Whitlitter,
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani,
Yes.
Board Member Guilford, Board Member Gifford,
Yes.
Board Member Eckert,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford,
No, we're so tired.
Yes.
Board Member Wright, Board Member Malaspina,
Yes.
Board Member Deval Wilson,
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Oh, this is ASCA.
There's three, it's like HIV, affirmation, it's getting a tree planted somewhere, and it's a sidewalk.
That's cute.
They can. Did you pass out all three or?
Just two.
Just two.
I think we're all just going a little loopy, huh?
All right, board members, the second hand carry, 4533. Do we have a second?
Yeah.
Discussion? I guess you can't discuss.
No.
No? Okay, let's just vote.
Hold the board.
Yeah.
I don't,
Board Member Eckert,
I don't even know.
Yes.
Board Member, Board President Whitlitter,
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina.
Yes.
Board Member Gifford. Board Member Wright. Board Member Deval Wilson.
Oh, that's me, yes.
Board Member Telesford.
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield.
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
Motion passes.
What is this one? I don't even know anymore. Oh. What is this one?
No one's online.
Oh, tree grant.
Special delivery fee.
Oh.
Your tree grant. Bill. You can read it into record if you want, Bill. But it's also really late, Bill. Just so you know.
Dr. Taylor, just clarifying, there are only 3 hand carries?
Yeah,
What happened?
the other, no,
I'm
the
sorry.
other one we struck
Who struck it?
in closed session. Yeah,
So lengthy discussion in executive session.
yeah. Jesus Christ. I know it was yesterday, Arun. I get it.
Okay, so resolution 4535. Bill, do you want to?
You don't have to, Bill.
Or just say
All right,
any
no, I
words.
did just want to really quick, This is the resolution of support from the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education authorizing the Trees for Schools grant application. Yay! And just some background, the Seth Boyden PTA successfully applied and was awarded this grant. So really cheers to the parents, but whereas planting trees on, oh God, it's too long. No,
Okay.
they did it. You guys are great.
Yay,
Yay.
trees!
You guys are great.
And we're done.
Or we have to vote.
Oh, sorry. We're not done.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Any nays? Abstentions? Motion carried.
Okay, that
Are we
concludes the
done?
action portion of the meeting. We will now begin our second hearing of individuals and delegates this evening.
No one signed up.
No, Rosie's
All right,
here.
Donna, you're the only one, so, thank you.
You got 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you. I want to thank you for not passing the policy as it is. I just look at the translation of a say that we say in Spanish, and this is what it says in English. Don't bite off more than you can chew. And that's exactly where we were. Like when we're talking about not getting the kids on time to school in transportation, and we're thinking about the leveling at the same time, or when we're talking about classes that are falling apart, or curriculums that need update. I mean, we first need to do the things that we need to do to have the normal things that any school should have. And also we need to make sure that we work on the base of the kids. So, of course, the leveling in the long run, in a perfect world, right? If we will be in a perfect, not these issues, I will say, yeah, let's go for it. But there are so many things that need to happen first. So I want to thank you all for that. And hopefully, first there is a plan that is, measurable, that we can see and go towards it, and then we get the policy. We are afraid already, as so many people, of things that happen, like, let's pass this, and then we become reactive. Let's be proactive. So thank you for that. That's the first thing I wanted to say. The second thing is I heard something about the Freshman Academy, so I had to comment on that. Thank you. I heard that all of a sudden we had to do a sidebar with Somea at the end, that we didn't know. Wait, let me explain what happened. Last year, at the end of the school year, I was approached by administration at Columbia High School about this Freshman Academy. When I was approached, they told us that the teachers doing this Freshman Academy, they were gonna do all 5 days, right? At one period every day. So the only thing I told them, well, if they have 5 classes, and one of them is Freshman Academy, as soon as you give them PD, you trade them, you help them, that is contractual. People can have 5 classes, right? Even if they wanted to give a 6th class as well, they could do it. But when it comes August, all of a sudden, I get a phone call and I get the information that now we're gonna do Freshman Academy 2 days a week. According to what my teachers were told, is because the parents didn't wanna have Freshman Academy 5 days a week, that it was too much. That's what I'm being told, okay? So the truth of the matter is, when something is not in the contract, it's negotiable. And what they wanted to do, it was something that is not negotiable, and anybody should know that. Any administrator at that level should know that. If you want to put teachers 2 days a week instead of a duty, you need to know that you need to negotiate that. It's just the way it works. So please, whenever you have a question, let me know. I'll explain you what happened. I have no fear telling you, and if I mess up, I'll take it. If I do something wrong, I'll take it. I'm human. But I can tell you this time, I was the one pushing for the Freshman Academy, sending the sidebar back to Patrick Quake. I was the one doing things during the weekend, so this will happen. Thank you, and have a good night, everyone.
Thank you.
You're the last public
Yeah.
We're so tired.
I'm sorry, but I had to say it.
No, I appreciate it.
You just want a motion to adjourn?
A lot.
You're supposed to have new business, but I don't want to do. Do we have to leave? Okay.
I can
So-
put a motion to adjourn.
Yeah, I have to read this. So now is new business. We are now moving to the new business portion of the meeting. Does anyone have any new business? Reminder that this is for emergencies.
No.
No? Okay, great. Seeing as none, I'm going to now close new business. Oh God, this is so long. Okay, I just have to read the future meetings. With that, I'd like to make the following motion. The Board of Education will hold a public Fergus Implementation Committee meeting on Monday, October 30th, 2023 at 6:30 PM in the District Meeting Room, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey, in person as well as online, as well as using online video conference platform. The community can view the meeting by following the steps which will be listed on the agenda. If there are members of the community who would like to attend the meeting in person, please note that masks and social distancing are optional in accordance with the guidance received from the local DOH and the CDC. Action will not be taken. A meeting of the Board of School Estimate will be held on Tuesday, November 28th, 2023 at 6 PM at the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education Administration Building, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey, for the purpose of discussing funding for the remaining projects in the district's long-range facility plan. Action may be taken. The Board of Education will meet in public session on Thursday, November 30th, 2023 at 6:30 PM in the district meeting room. Immediately following the opening of public session, the board will move to go into closed session in the superintendent's office, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey, as well as using an online video conferencing platform to discuss personnel matters within their attorney-client privilege, legal negotiations, and other matters that may arise and require discussion, to be announced at a later date. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session, is estimated to be 7:30 PM in the district meeting room, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey, in person, utilizing online video conference platform, which will include hearing of individuals. The community can view the meeting by following the steps was listed on the agenda. If there are members of the community who would like to attend in person, please note that masks and social, this is a lot to say. Do I really have to say all this?
You can just say, may I have a
All right, may I have a second? All in favor? Appears to be unanimous. Adjourn. What? No, it's just a committee. Okay, and we are adjourning Thursday, October 19th at 12:55.
I seconded. All in
Yeah,
favor,
thank
raise your
you.
hand.
Thursday, October 19th, 12:55. Okay. All right.